Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. It is 10:12 a.m. on February 14th, 2024. Happy Valentine's Day. And we are conducting this hearing in person in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming on the DC Council's website, X, formerly known as Twitter, at CM Brooke Pinto and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety is oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct a performance oversight hearing of the following agencies. First, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Second, the Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives. And third, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We'll first hear from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, an independent agency that serves as a forum for identifying challenges and generating solutions to enhance public safety and the fair administration of justice for district residents, visitors, victims, and justice-involved individuals. The CJCC facilitates information sharing and collaboration between agencies, conducts research and analysis, and provides training and technical assistance on behalf of its district and federal member agencies. The CJCC's work is critical as we work to coordinate a multi-agency approach to address gun violence. And I'm particularly looking forward to discussing all of the new reporting initiatives that the council has entrusted this year to CJCC and how those reports can continue to inform the district's public safety efforts moving forward. We will then hear from the Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, which serves to support and advocate for women in the district through research and community involvement. We refer to this agency as MOPI. MOPI is also responsible for providing programs and workshops for women in the district to advance their health and economic status. MOPI is well positioned to help us find additional ways to address gender disparities in our city, especially for women and girls of color. The district has a wide variety of services to assist women and girls, regardless of the challenges they're facing, from domestic and sexual violence to economic instability to lack of access to educational and professional opportunities as their male counterparts. But I have had some trouble of getting a clear picture of the agency's vision for the district. While I'm excited to hear about the success of the events that MOPI has hosted to raise awareness for issues impacting women in the district, I would like to see MOPI take a more direct approach to support through programming and helping us better communicate information regarding available resources and services to the public. There are so many gaps and opportunities that we still have in our city for women and girls, from pay gaps to health disparities to women-focused supports for returning citizens. And I would really like to see us working with MOPI more directly on accomplishing improvements on some of those specific gaps. I look forward to discussing how MOPI has provided support to the Commission for Women this past year as they work to develop policy recommendations to improve the lives of women in the district. The council also funded the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Act, and so I'm looking forward to an update on that progress today. Finally, we will hear from the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, otherwise referred to as ONSE. ONSE was established in 2017 to create a public health-based, community-oriented model for violence prevention and public safety. ONSE was created based on the premise that the overwhelming majority of serious violent crimes are committed by a relatively small group of people, and that by identifying and engaging these individuals, we can drastically reduce violent crime in our city. ONSE fosters community-based strategies to help prevent violence and increase public safety through programs like the ONSE Leadership Academy and the Pathways program. I look forward to discussing how ONSE views its core mission, how it's implementing its violence intervention programs, and where it sees the direction of the agency going in the future. One moment. I would now like to turn to my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, for any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to everyone planning to testify today. Today's hearing focuses on a number of agencies, but in particular, two critical components of our city's criminal justice framework: the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Both deal with what I call the capital P in prevention work. Our criminal justice system and community engagement initiatives play pivotal roles in fostering a secure and thriving environment for district residents. CJCC directs efforts in 4 priority areas and provide their recommendations on addressing violent crime, reforming juvenile justice, addressing substance use and mental health issues, and reforming incarceration and corrections. Their evidence-based insights provide our government with the necessary foundation to enact informed and effective policy decisions. I'm particularly glad to work with CJCC on my Security C amendment, which I plan to pursue between first and second reading, which is a pivotal step towards comprehensively studying the mechanisms available to protect witnesses who provide tips to law enforcement in criminal cases. With MPD's case closure rate currently at 45%, it's evident that a multi-agency strategy to support witnesses is urgently needed. And I eagerly anticipate working with CJCC on a study for insights that it will provide. Equally crucial in our pursuit of enhanced public safety is the work undertaken by the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I have long championed the agency's mission to deploy community-based strategies rooted in public health framework, recognizing that preventing a problem beforehand is far more valuable than having to find a solution afterward. As evidenced by my previous investments, but also the FY24 budget allocations, investing $800,000 in violence interrupters, $250,000 in safety ambassadors, $1 million in emergency rental assistance, and $561,000 recurring for returning citizens housing vouchers underscores my unwavering commitment to comprehensive solutions that address the root causes of crime and promote community well-being. I extend my gratitude to Interim Director Sneed for her leadership during a challenging period of transition. However, it's imperative that the executive swiftly appoint a permanent director to ensure continuity and effectiveness within ONSE's vital operations. In closing, I urge all stakeholders to actively engage in constructive dialogue, offering invaluable insights that will inform our collective efforts to fortify public safety, advance equity, and foster resilient community partnerships. I'll be back for further discussion later, and I stand ready for questions to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Nadeau. Thank you for being here and your engagement on these issues. We have a couple of students with us today, and so if we can ask for everyone's patience, we're going to hear from 2 students first who are here to testify for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement so that they can return to school. And so we'd like to call Crystal McNeil and Jalen Taylor. Thank you so much. Yes, and if you can sit on the right, you can sit next to her. Make sure your microphone is on. If you click the button, yeah, there we go.
Good morning. My name is Crystal McNeil. I work with J&J Monitoring as a violence interrupter. I also have someone here that will be testifying too, Miss Lau Walker. Could she come up?
Sure. We were just skipping the order because of the students.
Oh, okay.
So we're trying to kind of maintain the order because everyone else has been
Okay.
waiting in time, if that's all right.
Yes.
So let's keep it otherwise. So, okay, Crystal McNeil. Actually, hold on one moment. Ms. McNeil, if you have just one person with you who you're testifying together, that's okay to add, but then we're gonna limit it to that. But this was really meant to be
Sorry.
assisting with the student schedule. Okay, okay, Crystal McNeil from J&J Monitoring.
What'd you say, ma'am? Sorry.
I was just introducing you, so please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Crystal McNeil. I work with J&J Monitoring. I'm a violence interrupter for the community, Ward 8. I also help out with the Bulligans community, Anacostia Historical, Anacostia High School, Creamer Middle School, all the areas that's around the Frederick Douglass community. So the work I do in the community, I start off at the age of 6 and up because I always think it's good to work with the little ones because they are also going through. I started volunteering my service down Creamer Middle School as a volunteer for a year and a half because there was a lot going on in the community. I reached out to Miss Holly Hopper to get assistance with the kids in the community because there was a young lady named E that they always used to talk about down Creamer Middle School. She don't attend the school no more, but they also needed help with her. So I reached out to her and we reached out to the ONSE office and different organizations to get help and assistance with the young ladies. It was a big altercation that happened down Creamer Middle School and we did a big mediation with over 50 people. So we took the children's, we took their family out so we could stop the violence that was going on with them. The mediation went real well. And since then, these kids haven't been talking about each other on social media. They also became friends with each other. The work I do in the community is a lot. 2023 was big for me. I did so much. I was these kids' parents. I was their social workers. I was a lot. And then it's hard doing the work because these babies will call you 2 o'clock in the morning needing your help. So I'm getting out the bed and just making sure these kids are okay, but going through the struggle that I'm going through because I lost a son. My son was only 11 years old when he left us. It was July 4th, 2020. So I give back to the community. I help out a lot. All these kids, they are my babies. So I just love the work I do. I love the ONSE office for helping us out and giving us different resources for me to keep on going and doing the work that I do.
Hello, everyone. My name is LaTravia Walker, short La Walker.
You can make sure your microphone is on. There we go. When it's lit up in red, it's on.
Yes.
So you're good now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is LaTravia Walker, shortly known for La Walker. I am the Program Manager and Director of Communications for Davon Thomas McNeil Foundation. First, I would like to give a shout out to J&J Monitoring, who has been hugely supportive to Crystal in her endeavors to support the community. In addition to J&J Monitoring, she's been getting support from TRECEP Anacostia, which is the Trauma Response Emergency Program. That's a new program in the district geared toward helping our youth redirect negative energies and develop positive social skills. I've been working with Crystal in Abstract Expressions, Healing Through Art, as well as One Care, as well as the ONSE office, and she's been a community advocate for our youth. However, we do realize that we need more resources. We need the playgrounds open. We need the chains off the recreation centers. We need community stakeholders to put the money where it needs to be put inside of the communities and helping our youth be productive citizens of society. We're all concerned about the new bill that places all of our youth under one umbrella, which puts them at an even greater risk because they don't understand the legalities behind everything that's going on in the district because they're traumatized. They're not really paying attention. They're not really processing everything. So what we're asking that the community be supportive of one another, continue to the legacy that Crystal is building in Creamer Middle School. Of course, shout out to Principal Shelby and Dr. Mack. They have been hugely supportive and opening their doors. We're doing workshops there on Mondays. It's just a lot of things that are being done, but I know that a lot more can be done with the resources that the district has. The bill, again, is very concerning because our risk our youth. We're scared. Parents are scared. Parents need to be supported as well as our youth. So we've been referring our parents out to One Care DC for mental health and supports and resources and things like that, which we can't offer them outside of our scope. So we're making referrals and providing resources as much as possible, but we do ask the district to put the money where it needs to be put back into our community.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. Jalen Taylor, student
my
and
name-
public witness, and where are you a student?
I'm a student at HD Wilson, but I used to go to Kramer Middle School back when
Okay.
Devon was still alive. Me and Devon was close friends. It's like when I lost him, it was a shock. I couldn't even cry. I was just sitting there, just looking at the phone. But like my Crystal, she been helping us, taking us places. Like if we going through anything, we go to her, talk to her. She'll sit there for 5 hours if she have to, just listening to whatever we gotta say. And I thank her for that. And these kids over here, yeah, I look at all of them as my little brothers, little sisters, whatever. They come talk to me. Kayvon, he can come talk to me whenever he feel like he just needs somebody to talk to or be around. And that's what I'm here for.
I also brought one of my tier ones with me. He also is a employee of J&J Monitor now. He been helping me a lot out. He been doing a lot for the community, and I appreciate him so much. He changed over these couple of years, and God is good. He been doing real good. We also just recently did a mediation thanks to J&J Monitor and the ONSE office for helping us out, and my supervisor, Pete. Them kids are now friends too, so thank you. And I also like to, we also work with Far Southeast Collaboratives. They also help me out with different resources and stuff too. So that's good on our behalf too.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here and your testimony. And Jalen, what was the first interaction like with Crystal? How did you all initially meet?
I think I met Crystal. I really met Crystal through my little brother, because I wasn't really around. I was just hanging with Davon. I wasn't going to his house or nothing. But like when the situation had happened, I started coming over with my little brother more, started hanging around.
Okay, and so did you all, what was that first conversation like?
I mean, I don't know how to explain it, really. But
I guess I'm trying to get a sense of how you all initially met to engage in the work that you're doing together. So maybe Crystal, you can talk a little bit about that.
So July 4th, 2020, my son passed away. This year will make 4 years. His friends still post him on social media because they hurt. So I'm the ones jumping in their inbox and telling them like grieving don't have a time limit, and it's okay to cry and it's okay to feel the way that you feel. So I started inviting the kids over my house. I started talking to J&J Monitor and ONSE office asking, can I do retreats with the kids? So every year we've been doing a healing retreat for traumatized youth. And I've been taking the kids out to Florida. And I love Florida because it's the sun, it's the sand, it's the water. And we also do healing groups down there. I get live. She do healing with the kids, and she also talks to the kids about how they feeling. It's like a stress form she get them, and it's like 30 different words on it of how the kids feeling. And Jalen was one of the kids that marked all the answers.
Okay. So when you, but before you get to the group that you can do the healing with,
Yes.
how is the identification process to make sure that you're working with the kids who have the most needs and get folks to kind of buy into what service you're providing?
Okay, so I'm connected with all their parents, and I also go to all their schools. And then I would lie, she go with me because she's like a therapist and everything. So she will break down to the kids, like the kids will break down to her, like the things they can't even break down to their parents and telling them how they feeling. So she will also connect them to One Care and different organizations so they could also help them out. Or we would send them to Reverend Judy or the ONSE office to see whatever resources that we could get the kids. So I always make sure I have her in the meeting with me because I'm not a therapist. The only thing I could tell them is like grieving don't have no limits in. I can't tell them they're gonna be okay because they're not gonna be okay because I'm not okay. Today I'm sitting here and my mom had gone for 2 years. Today her death date, but I wanted to come because I'm doing the work. I still was doing the work after I lost my son. I still was in the community. So this only a little handful of the kids that I work with. I work with a lot of kids. So I'm going to all these neighborhoods. I'm going to different neighborhoods that we don't even get funding for. I'm going to all these schools that we don't even have to deal with, but I'm trying to make sure these kids are okay.
And what is your relationship like with ONSE?
My relationship is good with them. It's good.
But do they provide additional
provide,
funding,
yes.
support, training?
Yes. So I just sent out an email to my Pete, I said my supervisor Pete, and Pete would send them to them like everything I need, or I would reach out to them myself, like Miss Julia, I would reach out to her, getting her help. I would reach out to Jeff, getting his help. And when Miss Holly Harper was there, she always helped me out because she know the work that I do and the work that I love to do. So I have a good relationship with them.
And did they provide any additional training or supports as you move through the year?
Yes. So I have a couple of my boys, well, they my tier ones, so they doing real good for their stuff. They went through the pathway program. They graduated from the pathway program and now they have good jobs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll speak to how we identify the specific needs of each child. So we do what we call a symptoms checklist, and we let them share what they want to share as far as how they're feeling, things they're dealing with in the community, in their home, and just personally. After those symptoms checklists are completed, I do a one-on-one with each individual child so they can have that private session and talk about their individual needs. And then we go from there and finding out what resources or what tools are necessary to help them along the way. So there is a process that we use, and then we're spending a lot of time with them so we can see certain things in the different students as well.
And how long have you been doing this work?
Since 2000.
So in the last year or two, I know everybody is specific and everybody has their own needs and challenges, but what sort of trends are you seeing with needs that kids that you're working with have now that are more prevalent than in years past, perhaps?
What I'm saying is there's a lot of anger and a lot of lack of understanding of what's going on in their homes, in the communities, and the schools and everything. And the kids are basically shutting down or withdrawing and finding their own mechanisms of safety, whereby us as agencies and community stakeholders, we are coming in and we're providing them with that safe haven, that shelter, that love, and letting them know that they have a safe place to come and share their emotions without being judged or anything like that. And we do that every Monday at Kramer Middle School. We have a space there where kids can come in if they needed to talk or things like that. So we opening doors for them to have a space. Some kids don't want to verbally say what's going on. So that's when the healing through art comes in, gives them that avenue of nonverbal expression to get out what they're feeling.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you all for being here. Really
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now going to turn to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and we'll hear from our public witnesses first. If you are here as a public witness, please reminder to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. I'll call Stephanie McGill and Ashley Ruff. All right, we'll start with Stephanie McGill, lead conductor, the Soul Train.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the council and all the members of this important committee for hearing my thoughts today. I am Stephanie McGill, a mother, grandmother, former DPR specialist, concerned citizen, and the founder of the Soul Train. Although I was born and raised in New Jersey, I have lived and worked here in our nation's capital for over 30 years. I have come to love and appreciate the culture of the people, and I recognize and respect the contributions of our ancestors. They settled here during the Reconstruction era, and their descendants are still here. We deserve a better return on our investments to the city. Washington, D.C. has thrived because the people had a common unity that led them to work together to make the city great. This is where community comes from. Today, I'm asking this council to use their powers and their sensibilities to favorably allow $60 million to be distributed in historically and grossly underserved areas of the city. We need to affect real change, and that deals with mindsets. If we can spend $60 million on a new sports center, then surely we can spend the same amount of money and put them in neighborhoods that need it the most, in the interest of a fair and economically balanced DC. I work with the Fair Budget Coalition as well, and in the words of Ms. Henson, the math ain't mathin', and we want to know why. I was surprised to see that although African Americans make up the majority of the population in DC, over half of us live east of the river in Wards 7 and 8. Is this by choice or a case of economic imbalance? I would think that the majority population would have more resources, more power, and more say-so in today's society, but we don't. So we, the people, demand that the council hears us and gives money to entities like the Soul Train so that we can get back on track and moving in the right direction. I'd like to shout out our mayor for her efforts of listening to us with an open mind. And also thank you to all the agencies and organizations that really care to make a difference. The Soul Train is a sustainable outdoor learning experience, and I provide training and recreational activities in nature. This is a literal and figurative entity that connects communities and government agencies so that we can collectively work together to heal the residents of DC. A homeless person wouldn't be homeless if he had a place to live. Some people prefer to live outdoors, and the Soul Train has ideas that would organize and normalize encampments. But we need money for that. Every day, whether you get a paycheck or not, we have to work for our daily survival. The Soul Train will identify and build on each person's natural abilities to create productivity in our lives. But we need funds to execute this. Under the Constitution, all citizens have the right to basic needs so that we can have a chance to thrive in this nation. Being without leads to depression, anger, and a sense of hopelessness, which is why crime and drugs plague certain areas. We want to reduce crime, right? We want to help families, correct? Well, we have to really get into these streets. Adding more police salaries is not the answer, although MPD is a valuable partner. We culturally respond better to people who we trust and are familiar to us. On every block, there is a leader, and we should support and empower them. We should use those funds to do so. As tax-paying citizens, we demand that. We have the support of the government to add value to our lives. We need that fuel. We have to get back to a village mentality, and we can do that by having safe stations throughout the city, and all agencies will be involved. For youth, we can build on the vocational studies so that they will have productive things to do every day. We can help single mothers, and we want to definitely help our seniors and learn from their experiences. Killing and citywide injustices is not the way. Our forefathers settled here during the Reconstruction, and the seas deserve an equal opportunity to thrive because of our past, present, and future contributions to the city. I'd like to thank everyone's contributions, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McGill, and thank you for all of the work that you do. I'd love to hear a little bit more about the impact that your work has had on folks that you're working with. If you can share a story or some examples for us.
Well, yes. Well, like I said, I work, I'm a concerned citizen first, and I just incorporated the Soul Train officially. But I find that working in the community, people are ready for direction. They need to heal, and coming from a nurturing place, people are really more receptive to learn. Now, I deal a lot with the youth in the community, and they're really screaming for help. They're out here because due to impoverishment or lack of direction, they feel like they don't have a place or a voice in the city. If you just give them that one spark of hope, through positive reinforcement, through our examples of everyday life, they really thrive on that, and they appreciate someone caring about them, which motivates them to do more. I have many stories that I can share of families that have saw that there is possible for them to be productive citizens, and they really thrive with that. We deal with holistic living, and just getting back to nature really helps people to have clear minds. I often like to take them out of the city, out of their element, to introduce them to more alternative ways of being. And it really helps in the neighborhood. We need more of that. And so that's why we need the funds available in these communities to give them that spark.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much. I think that's really powerful. And I love what you said about getting back to a village mentality. I think that's
Right.
really beautiful and could not agree more. So thank you for all that you do, and look forward to partnering with you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
So I'd now like to call our government witness for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Christy Love, the Executive Director, CJCC. Welcome, Director Love. And as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If I can ask you to turn your mic on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat wherever you're comfortable. And I would now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you and good morning. And I have to say, before I launch into my prepared statement, the previous community witnesses and public witnesses really tugged at my heart a bit. And I just want to acknowledge the work that Ms. McNeil is doing and Ms. McGill are doing. And just grateful for their commitment to our community, and in particular, Ms. McNeil's resiliency. Many of us know her story. And I know CJCC is in the business of figuring out what works. And one of the things that we know that works for juveniles is having that caring adult. And we heard that she's willing to pick up the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning to provide care and love for our young people. So I just want to acknowledge that. But good morning again, Chairwoman Pinto. I am Christy Love. I'm the Executive Director for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And I'm pleased to appear before you today to discuss the agency's performance. So CJCC is an independent agency that serves as a forum for identifying challenges and generating solutions to enhance public safety and the fair administration of justice in the District of Columbia. Today, the CJCC is comprised of 22 staff across 3 divisions: the Information Technology Team, the Statistical Analysis Center, and the policy team, along with administrative and management staff. CJCC's executive director and staff work on behalf of our 18 members who span all 3 branches of government. The mayor and deputy mayor for public safety and justice are the chair and chair pro tem of the CJCC respectively, and Matt Graves, U.S. attorney, currently serves as the federal co-chair. Our members have identified 4 priority areas in which to focus the CJCC's efforts. They include violent crime, juvenile justice, substance abuse and mental health, and incarceration and community corrections. CJCC staff support our members in accomplishing their goals through our 4 core functions: automated information sharing, research and analysis, interagency collaboration, and training and technical assistance. The CJCC facilitates automated information sharing through the Justice Information System, or Justice. Justice functions as the central hub for real-time information sharing among local and federal criminal justice agencies in the district. With millions of records and thousands of users across 30+ agencies, Justice plays an integral role in the district's justice system operations. For nearly 2 decades, CJCC's IT team has done an incredible job at ensuring justice is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and to provide assurance to our federal partners that their data will be adequately secured. The CJCC has voluntarily agreed to adhere to the requirements of the Federal Information Security Management Act, or FISMA. CJCC periodically undergoes an independent audit to assess our compliance with FISMA. As a result of the FY22 audit, Justice was upgraded from a medium security impact system to a high security impact system, which required the CJCC to implement nearly 100 additional security protocols for Justice during FY23. In addition to enhancing the security of Justice, CJCC's IT team also refreshed end-of-life hardware and software, reestablished the juvenile data feed between Maryland and the district, supported partner agencies' cloud migration efforts, and by the end of this month, we will have completed phase 1 of the Justice Cloud Migration Project. Phase 1 of the project will deliver a roadmap for how we can most efficiently and effectively transition justice to the cloud. Phase 2, which we hope to initiate in late spring, will entail the actual migration using the roadmap as the guide. Also in 2024, the Information Technology Advisory Committee, or the ITAC, which serves as the primary governing body for justice, will institute a change management process. It is important to note that when an agency that contributes data to justice makes just one change to its case management system, CJCC must modify justice to accommodate the changes, and recipient agencies must modify their systems as well. This often requires the CJCC and recipient agencies to dedicate considerable resources, such as hiring IT contractors and ensuring IT staff are available to support testing and deployment of the technology updates. Implementing a change management process will enable agencies to have more advanced notice to determine what resources are needed for the project, and they will have an opportunity to communicate any impact the project may have on their operations before the project scope is finalized. CJCC is home to the district's Statistical Analysis Center, or the SAC, which is responsible for collecting, analyzing, and reporting information about public safety and justice system operations. In FY 2023, the SAC generated 68 research and analytical products, including some that were routine reports and others that were extensive multi-year projects. The SAC conducts an analysis to inform the work of the CJCC principals and subcommittees across our 4 priority areas. With respect to violent crime, the SAC updated the risk terrain modeling analysis to determine spatial attractors for shootings, robberies, and carjackings, conducted monthly analysis of homicide and violent gun crime trends, and generated a monthly gunshot wound incident and gun recovery report. In January 2024, the CJCC released the updated gun violence problem analysis, which identifies the key drivers of gun violence in the district. The problem analysis was led by the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform in close collaboration with CJCC, MPD, and OGVP. The results show that homicide and non-fatal shooting victims and suspects are primarily Black males in their upper 20s, where about 80% have been previously arrested, most have a prior conviction, and a history of community supervision. The top 2 motives for homicides and shootings were personal disputes and group-related conflicts. Drug-related disputes, incident disputes, and robberies and carjackings were also significant drivers. Regarding juvenile justice, the SAC continued to generate the monthly Juvenile Justice Data Committee report, as well as ad hoc analyses such as time of offense for juveniles and the extent to which juveniles' first arrest was for a weapon or violent offense. Also, per council legislation, the CJCC released an analysis of school-based arrests, which showed that in recent years, less than 2% of all juveniles arrested were for school-related arrests. Also, whereas most school-related arrests were for simple assault prior to school year 1920, more recent arrests have been for a variety of offenses, including property, release violation, and weapon offenses. In FY24, the scope of the SAC's analytical responsibilities significantly increased as a result of council legislation that now requires the CJCC to report monthly data on violent crime incidents and arrests and quarterly data on the full spectrum of the district's criminal justice and juvenile justice systems. While this has been a particularly heavy lift for the SAC and our partner agencies, the CJCC is pleased to be part of an effort that increases transparency of the district's justice system. To meet the initial reporting requirement, the CJCC published 21 dashboards on our Justice Statistical Analysis Tool website, and we will continue to do so on a monthly and quarterly basis as required. I would like to publicly thank the CJCC partner agencies that voluntarily provided the data that enabled us to generate the dashboards, and they include MPD, DC Courts, OAG, USAO, DOC, BOP, PSA, and CSOSA, and DYRS. We also look forward to receiving data from the DC Sentencing Commission in the near future. So from its inception, the CJCC has identified facilitating interagency collaboration as one of our core functions. During FY23, we convened 136 meetings across 15 committees to facilitate collaboration regarding our priority areas and justice. Through the work of our committees, the CJCC has helped to facilitate several multi-agency efforts, including the transition of the court's records management system to the cloud, monitoring continued justice system involvement for individuals at high risk of engaging in gun violence, and determining how best to identify and provide appropriate services to prevent persons with substance abuse and mental health issues from cycling through the justice system. While we have consistent and active participation across our committees, facilitating interagency collaboration is an area where the CJCC staff is seeking to advance. There are several best practices we can implement to enhance the collective impact of the CJCC. They include focusing on issues and challenges that are within the CJCC members' control, ensuring CJCC members are invested in the decision-making process with respect to the work of the principals and subcommittees, identifying mutually reinforcing efforts across agencies to address specific challenges, and identifying metrics that can be used to monitor progress towards collective goals. In addition to these best practices, I also look forward to receiving input from the CJCC members regarding how best our staff can support and facilitate coordination. Another one of CJCC's core functions is to provide training and technical assistance, both in the form of public meetings as well as webinars and information sessions. In FY23, our public meeting focused on the relationship between neighborhood blight and increased violent crime. We also hosted 3 webinars where experts shared ideas regarding use of risk assessments to inform decision-making at the front end of the juvenile justice system, alternatives to incarceration and best practices for supporting high-risk youth, and innovative housing programs for returning citizens. As I close, I would like to publicly acknowledge the CJCC staff and our members for their ongoing commitment to our mission. There is a sense of urgency around enhancing public safety in our city. We can achieve that goal if we remain focused on high-risk people and high-risk places, employ evidence-based crime reduction strategies with fidelity, and operate in the spirit of true collaboration, recognizing that no one agency, person, or entity can enhance public safety on its own. So I look forward to responding to any questions you may have.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Director Love. And I think what you highlight is just a slice of the really important work that you and your team do every day throughout the year. And we are so appreciative of your partnership and responsiveness, especially over the past year or so when the council has asked more and more of you all. And sometimes in cases not even having additional funding or staff to implement those new requirements. And so we really, really appreciate that and know you're a vital partner in this effort.
Thank you.
I want to start by asking about the recent update to the gun violence problem analysis that CJCC put out in coordination with David Muhammad and the National Institute Criminal Justice Reform. Can you talk a bit about the trends that we're seeing more specifically in that analysis? We're still reviewing, but some of the early takeaways around homicide victims or suspects having about 10 prior arrests. Is this different than previous analyses that have gone out? Is there anything new or notable in the trends that we're seeing now, especially as compared to previous years?
So a number of the findings, I think, are very similar to when NICJR worked with us to do this 2 years ago. We are still seeing about 10 prior arrests. I do think this time around, we provided a little more nuance to explain that 10. So it turns out that of those 10 prior arrests, not all of them were in the district. So it's about 7 prior arrests that are in the district. So it's those 7 that maybe we did a little deeper dive into. And so on average, about 3 of those 7 prior arrests were for felony offenses. And because we often get the question, oh my goodness, this person has made contact with the justice system 10 previous times. What's going on? And so I think doing that little deeper analysis, first, we don't know what happened in other jurisdictions, but looking at our 7, about half of those were for felony convictions. And it's felony convictions that you have the opportunity to be removed from the community. So not all of those prior convictions would have resulted in the person being securely detained. Perhaps they ended up on some sort of community supervision and continue to be in the community.
Make sure I have the numbers right. So it's 3 arrests or 3 convictions?
3 of those arrests were for felony arrests.
Okay. That
And not all of those led to convictions. So we found that about 70% even had a case that was disposed in DC Superior Court, but in total, 50% had any sort of conviction, and maybe a little less than 50% had a felony conviction.
Okay. And was there analysis done in regard to those previous felony convictions involving a gun?
We did do that, and I think on average, most of the prior convictions did not have to do with violent or gun-related cases. Looking here, it looks like it was prior drug offenses and prior property and disorder offenses that were related to the previous arrests and convictions.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would say one more trend, I think, is with respect to juveniles and specifically suspects, non-fatal shooting suspects. Last time around, about 10%, 11% of non-fatal shooting suspects were juveniles. This time around, we saw 25% of the non-fatal shooting suspects were juveniles. So, it was a bit of a disturbing trend that a greater proportion of our suspects are young people.
Mhm. Wow. That's very concerning and stark difference. Can you talk a little bit about CJCC's role in working with NICJR to produce these reports, what that looked like?
Right. So the first time around, NICJR probably did most of this analysis pretty independently. CJCC sort of worked as a mediator to obtain data from the partner agencies. This time around, our purpose was for NICJR really to provide training and technical assistance so that at some point, we don't have to contract this out. We can do the gun violence problem analysis in-house. So our Statistical Analysis Center team, and then we also got support from MPD and OGVP, worked really hand in hand with David Mohammed's team to do the analysis. So more than just acting as the mediator to get the data, we actually work closely with his analytical team to do the analysis so that we can understand how to do this moving forward.
Mhm. Okay, great. And how do you envision CJCC's role in moving from analysis, recommendations into implementation?
Right. And so this is, I mentioned in my statement, I actually think we could use a bit more clarity here. There's certainly some best practices I think we can implement to enhance the collective impact of the CJCC. But this is a conversation I'd like to actually have with the CJCC members to understand what their expectations are for our agency staff to facilitate coordination. I know something, in talking to the deputy mayor, she uses this term often about going back to basics. And that's certainly something I did when I was first appointed to this position. And so I took a look at, our authorizing legislation, and we have both local authorizing legislation and we have federal authorizing legislation. And then I took another look at the GAO report that was actually the impetus for the creation of the CJCC. And I noticed something. Whereas the GA report, when it was making its recommendations to Congress about what the role of the CJCC should be, it mentioned a couple of things, one of which that the CJCC should play a role in coordinating the operations of the district's criminal justice system, and that we should be a clearinghouse for multi-agency efforts across the district's criminal justice system. However, when I look at our local legislation and federal legislation, that explicit language that would call us out as the coordinating entity is not really there. What the local legislation directs us to do is really conduct analysis, which I think we do, and then also make recommendations about coordination, but it does not call us to be the actual coordinating entity despite our name. So given that, it's a conversation I'd like to have with the members to really understand their expectations.
Okay, thank you for that added context, because I agree, it's really important that we all get on the same page of what the roles and expectations should be. And if CJCC is not the coordinator in the coordination role, I wonder what the individuals who moved forward the authorizing language locally and federally envisioned for who to be the coordinator, if not CJCC.
Mhm. I think it's a good question.
Is there anybody else who would fancy themselves the coordinator that you can think of?
Yeah, well, I do think just the fact that at minimum, we're a convener. So at least once a month, we're bringing all the principals together, either virtually or in person. And I feel like just those monthly meetings help to provide some connections that continue, in between the weeks when we meet. So I do think we help foster relationships such that the members are doing their own direct coordination, and maybe we're not always part of it. So I do think there's benefit there. But when it comes time, if the members have agreed on a particular strategy or particular approach, I do feel like our team is structured and set up to provide, to help facilitate actual coordination and cooperation and collaboration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. How many full-time staff do you have right now at the agency?
So we have 22 positions. Right now, 3 of those are vacant. So we have 19 staff on board.
Okay, and is hiring underway for those vacancies?
Yes, so we are in final rounds of interviews for our juvenile justice compliance monitor and IT data manager position. The deputy director position has been a little more challenging to fill, and so we're hoping to make more progress on that in the coming months.
Okay, great. So let's talk a little bit about the criminal justice data dashboard that you have set up in response to my emergency bill this summer, the prioritizing public safety bill. The council passed this almost unanimously. And I want to talk about two aspects of this, both the process and the substance. So I think in part due to the fact that agencies maintain information differently, have different software, have different definitions, and different ways that they think about these issues. There has been some pushback from some of our agencies about having more time to review the information and the framing of that information as CJCC is presenting this data to the public. Some of it, I think, is working out the kinks with this is our first year doing this. But how do you respond to that kind of pushback around inconsistency and the best path forward to making sure that we're working with agencies so that the information is shared easily, digestibly, that they're okay with the framing, but that also is objective and can be used most helpfully to the public?
Right. So, the process was challenging, admittedly, and I think this is the first time that a number of our partner agencies are making this specific type of data publicly available. And so I know, especially with the juvenile data, we worked with the court to even get court orders to permit us to obtain the data and report it publicly. I would say, certainly, and we were able to meet the December 1st deadline for a number of the dashboards, but not all. And that's because a number of our agencies did want that additional time to review the dashboards. We had back and forth, and we really incorporated all of the feedback that the agencies provided. When it comes to since these dashboards have been out for a couple of months now, we have received some feedback. And one of the things was about lack of consistency. One dashboard may break down offenses by the statutory definitions of dangerous and violent, whereas another dashboard will break them down into the same categories that MPD uses: weapon, property, violent, disorderly. And so there was an ask, hey, can you all provide a bit more consistency? So we actually have a meeting tomorrow with our interagency research advisory committee, where we have made a proposal for here's how we would like to organize the data to allow for more standardization. And the committee, we're meeting with them tomorrow to get their feedback on that proposal. I will say that what has been a challenge for standardization, some agencies give us record level data. Other agencies have opted to give us aggregate data. For the agencies that give us record level data, honestly, I think it makes it easier on them because they're just having to extract the data and not do the analysis. But we have more flexibility with record level data to make things more standardized. So if it's offense categories, we can do the categorization on our own. If it's even race categories, age groupings, we can do all of that ourselves. But if the agency is only opting to give us aggregate data, they then have to do all of the analysis using the protocols, using the categories that we're asking them to. And so I think that's part of what has really made this maybe a bit burdensome and felt like a heavy lift, because if you're choosing just to give us aggregate data, your team is going to have to do more work because you're doing all the analysis. I think this is especially the case for our federal partner agencies because we have the Privacy Act. And the Privacy Act, even though there is a provision that an exception that allows them to give record level de-identified data for analytical purposes, which would be fine for us, just depending on the agency's interpretation. They're choosing not to give us that record level data, but still choosing to give us aggregate data. So we're seeing this more, I think, a burden on the federal side as opposed to the local side.
Okay. And from your perspective, are there any legal hurdles in the way of them sharing this type of information that you need for your analysis?
So this is my reading. I am not a lawyer. I'm certainly not any of their general counsels. And so it's up to their GCs to interpret the Privacy Act in the way they think, is best for their agency. But when I read the exceptions, to me, it's a clear exception that says for statistical research purposes, agencies can provide record level de-identified data. Ideally, we like identified data because then we do some matching. So a common question, right, is for people who are under supervision, how many of them have been rearrested and rearrested for what? For us to do that analysis, we match the supervision data to the arrest data. And so we need identifiers. However, if the agency, and I think, our supervision agencies do a really good job at tracking rearrest for their supervisees, they can still give us de-identified data. We would just ask that they add the arrest information to it. So in my view, and we have a team member specifically who is a lawyer, and I've asked him to look in the Privacy Act and understand it better. From our view, we feel like record level de-identified data could be made available to us.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of what we now know from the dashboard, there are some improvements that I think could be made on the digestibility of the information. Some of this we've talked about with the agencies and trying to get them to share this record level data so that your aggregation efforts can be more nimble. One of the things that I'm concerned about as I look at the ACE diversion program, for example, and see that, over half of participants don't show up. Without going through kind of each piece of the dashboard, can you pull out some takeaways that stuck out to you, particularly around juveniles, diversion, and reoffense?
Sure. So as you mentioned, when you look at, we have information on ACE referrals. And for those who may not know the process, there are two opportunities in sort of the course of the juvenile justice system where a young person could be referred to the ACE diversion program. It's at the time of arrest. So NPD may apprehend a particular youth. And NPD actually has a set of criteria. I don't recall all of the criteria. And based on if the youth meets that criteria, NPD can choose not to proceed with the arrest, but divert the young person to ACE. The second opportunity is the youth is arrested and booked by NPD. The case is presented to the Office of the Attorney General, and OAG can decide if they want to then refer the young person to ACE. So we look at all of those referrals, both those made by NPD, those made by OAG, and it turns out that 47% of the young people who are referred or who were referred during the 9-month period that we reviewed did not start the ACE program. So I do think that it's worth, and I think this is something our Juvenile Justice Committee can focus on, understanding why those young people did not start the program. And I think Department of Human Services, who runs ACE, does have information on sort of the referrals that were rejected. And then understanding what happens after that. So OAG, they have shared that when they divert a youth, they have enough evidence to proceed with a prosecution, but they're trying to give the young person a chance to not have to go through the justice system. So I think one question is, to what extent does OAG proceed with prosecution for young people who refuse to participate in ACE? So I think some more digging is useful there. Another thing that stands out is we are seeing a greater percentage of violent crimes being committed with guns. And I think maybe just as recently as 6 years ago, that percentage was maybe closer to 40%. Now it's about 70% of violent crimes are being committed with guns. And this is not just, shootings, this is robberies as well, and other violence. So we've talked about the proliferation of guns in the city, and the data is reflecting that as well. For our supervision programs, we are seeing that most of the people on supervision complete it successfully. And I think when we look at rearrest rates for the time period, they range, and this is both for juveniles and adults, they range from like 8% were rearrested. And this is rearrested for anything, even if it's a minor offense, to maybe 17%. In terms of rearrest, though, the one population that I think we need to look into is youth who are placed at shelter homes. So during the 9 or 10-month period, their rearrest rate was 40%. That's another topic that I think the Juvenile Justice Committee can look deeper into and in terms of what's going on with our youth at shelter homes.
Okay. And in terms of the supervise, in terms of what it means to be successful, to successfully complete supervision, how do you define success?
That's another area where the definitions, I think, vary across agencies. And I think it would be helpful to get a bit more information from the partner agencies. I know we're supposed to put the proper context into the dashboards. And I think that's something we can add. For example, we've learned that being rearrested during your term of supervision does not necessarily mean that you've unsuccessfully completed supervision. Whereas maybe another agency, if you're rearrested during supervision, they would view that as a failure. So that's one of those other issues of things aren't quite consistent and standard across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I think it's particularly important as we continue to contemplate changes to supervision, to follow up, to pretrial detention, to a lot of different substantive components when we're looking at the information and looking at the cases from one agency's perspective, but then it's aggregated with different definitions. It can create a lack of clarity for not just the agencies, but policymakers and the public on what is actually going on with this supervision and why sometimes it doesn't match up to the public's lived experience or their own anecdotes of what they're seeing in their communities.
Right. And some of that in terms of supervision. So we've heard, I think MPD in particular, share that they've observed that a lot of the individuals that they're arresting for serious violent crimes seem to be under supervision at the time of the incident. And the gun violence problem analysis actually speaks to that. So if there's a chart here that shows active CSOSA, active PSA supervision, we also have a similar chart for court social services supervision for juveniles. So if you sort of add up PSA and CSOSA, you see that for the homicides and non-fatal shootings, about 39% of the suspects were under supervision by one of those two agencies at the time of the incident. So you can understand maybe why MPD has expressed that concern. I would say on the flip side, if you look at PSA's total population, if you look at CSOSA's total population during the same time period, it's about 1 to 2% of their total population has been rearrested for a new violent offense. So I think from the supervision agency's perspective, they probably feel like, well, 1%, we're probably doing pretty well keeping our folks out of trouble. But at the same time, you understand what MPD is saying. Yeah, but 39% of the people we're picking up are supervised. So it's a difficult issue, but I think it's worth additional discussion to see how we can better support the supervised population.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing those two perspectives. I think that's kind of exactly it, right? And why two things can be true at the same time and lead to a different need for intervention and a different way that people are looking at those two facts and information, and why sometimes on this topic, there seems to be so much disagreement when really it's just a matter of how you're looking at the data and what the follow-up is, which is yet another reason the role of CJCC and this public dashboard is so critical to make sure that we're all kind of speaking the same language. So thank you. Thank you for highlighting that distinction. So I want to ask you about an amendment that was moved to my Secure DC legislation last week. This was an amendment that a colleague proposed to sunset. Well, let me back up. We have a provision in Secure DC that expands pretrial detention for the presumption of being held for crimes of violence. That presumption is rebuttable. It's the same way that we changed the pretrial detention presumption in this summer's emergency that is extended. And so this amendment both sunsets the provision, but it also requires CJCC to conduct a study to evaluate the effectiveness of pretrial detention on the theory that we shouldn't make these changes permanent before we have a better understanding on if they're effective. Now, just to be clear, I opposed this amendment in part because as we have learned in working with CJCC, it's very important that we craft requirements of studies very carefully and very specifically so that we know what we're asking you all to do and what it's going to entail. So I guess first, have you had conversations with Councilmember McDuffie or his team about what that study should look like or will look like?
No, we have not talked with Councilmember McDuffie's staff about the amendment.
Okay. Do you have a sense of what we would need to look at to evaluate the effectiveness of that change?
Right. So when we were watching the hearing and heard that amendment, I did consult with a couple of my SAC team members. I think it would be very challenging to assess the effectiveness of pretrial detention because there have been so many efforts through the legislation and other programs that our public safety partners have put in place. So many efforts to reduce violent crime, all that started around the same time. It would be really difficult to isolate the impact that just pretrial detention is having on violent crime. What I think we could do is sort of look prior to, the legislation being put in place and at the end of the study period and maybe compare a couple of metrics so we can look at the proportion of individuals, the proportion of pretrial individuals who have been detained and looking at those changes and also looking at the percent of them who are being rearrested for certain types of offenses, that other percent of all people being arrested, how many are on pretrial supervision. So we can start to look and see if any of those numbers, change compared to prior to when the pretrial detention provisions were put into place.
Okay, thank you for that. And do you have a sense of what time frame you would need in order to produce a high quality study of these types of effects? Or it sounds like what you're describing is actually changes, numerical changes as opposed to real effects.
Right. So if it's just kind of the descriptive statistics I described, I think we could get that done in a matter of weeks. If there were an effort, and right now, I can't envision how to do it, and I can consult with my team a bit more. If there were an effort to really assess effectiveness and somehow control for all of the other factors that are in place to reduce violent crime, that's more like a months long project. But I don't really see that that's feasible right now. I'm just doing the descriptive statistics pre-post. And I think that can be done within a month.
Okay, thank you. And we'll certainly talk to my colleague and see what other things that they had in mind. I imagine it was meant to be more qualitative than just quantitative, but we don't know what the intention was because it wasn't in the amendment. So we'll continue to stay in touch with you on that. Another thing that we moved in Secure DC was a requirement for CJCC to set up a pre-arrest diversion task force to facilitate agencies like USAO, OAG, MPD, and our health agencies to look at how we can divert low-level offenders who may be better suited out of the criminal justice system, but really include the follow-up support services that people need, because sometimes these things are done just with the diversion, but without the sufficient follow-up. And this isn't the first time that the district has looked at diversion, but I'm hopeful that this task force will be able to fill the niche that we're seeing right now with people with severe needs, committing crimes, committing misdemeanor crimes, but not having accountability for the community for those crimes and not having the care and support that they may need. So it's kind of the worst of all worlds in a lot of cases right now. I know we have to have the final vote on this legislation on Tuesday, March 5th. But have you started giving any thought to, as a facilitator, what CJCC will need to do and ask for from other agencies to make this work of the task force most effective? I want to be careful not to fall into the trap of some previous task forces that have been set up that may sound good in theory, but without the attention and follow-up and focus, we're left year after year sometimes. I was just recommended by someone, I won't name the name of the task force, but someone asked our committee to set up a task force on a specific topic. And when we looked into it, we realized there was a task force on that exact topic. And so we don't want this to fall prey to that. And so how do you think that CJCC can be the most effective facilitator, and how can we be most helpful in that effort?
Right. So the CJCC, we're actually doing similar work. So we have the Substance Abuse Treatment and Mental Health Services Integration Task Force. We call it SAMCIT. And SAMCIT has a working group that's called Familiar Faces. And I'm not going to be able to list all the agencies, but I know at minimum, USAO is involved, DBH is involved, I believe PSA, and maybe MPD. So we've been meeting for a number of months now to address this very question. We realize that there are a lot of people who are entering the justice system for low-level offenses, and they have substance abuse and mental health issues. And we just keep seeing them cycle through the system. Many of them have had some touches with DBH. So we're trying to figure out now, what criteria can we use to identify? There's a number of terms used to describe this group. I would say high utilizers. So how can we best identify high utilizers and take proactive steps to prevent them from their continued touches with the justice system? I actually think having the pre-arrest diversion task force, we would just take our Familiar Faces group and transform it into the task force and add the additional members that the legislation would require. I do think having this be backed by legislation puts a little more oomph and emphasis behind the effort. And I think maybe even there's deadlines, so certainly having a deadline will sort of push the group to make even more progress than I feel like we've already made.
Great. Thank you so much, Director. That concludes my questions for you today. I want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or something that you want to highlight that we didn't get a chance to talk about.
No, I just appreciate just the council's really confidence in the CJCC. I know the recent legislation and the additional requirements, analytical requirements, have been a lot of work on our team as well as our partner agencies. But in a way, I've taken it as a vote of confidence. And so we appreciate the confidence that you have in the CJCC, and we'll continue to do the best we can in helping to provide more transparency for the district's justice system.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again for all you do, all your team does. And on behalf of me and my team, we really appreciate the partnership and collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Love. We will now turn to the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives. As always, we're going to begin with our public witness, Karen Mulhauser. Whenever you're ready, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. You're the only public witness for Oh, excuse me, only in-person public witness.
Th- Yes, yes, thank you very much and good morning. Well, is it still morning? Chair Pinto. And my name is Karen Mulhauser. I've lived in DC on Capitol Hill since 1973. And I'm very, very proud to be a citizen, a resident of this city, and proud of the policies and how DC is so welcoming to visitors to the nation's capital. And I'm particularly proud because of my decades of work on gender equity that the DC Council unanimously passed a law in 2022 called the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Act of 2022, or EDAW. It was signed by the mayor and it became applicable on March 10 of last year, 2023. However, resources were not in the budget, and resources were not made available until October 1, the new fiscal year. And that is to great thanks to Council Member Robert White, who found the resources necessary to hire the staff to implement the EDAW bill. I testified last year in support of the bill, and I have been working actually to support this kind of legislation since 2015, when a similar bill was introduced by Councilmember David Grosso, but never had any votes or a hearing. So it did go into effect on March 10, and funding to hire necessary staff was not available until October 1. So many of the requirements in the EDAW bill could not get started right away. And those requirements, I'm just going to mention 5 of them, is that MOPI must develop guidelines on gender analysis and coordinate all DC agencies' analysis and training. And second is that each DC agency should conduct a gender analysis pursuant to guidelines developed by the commission and not later than 6 months after the applicability date, or given the delay in the funding, not until March of this year. The Women's Commission, quote, shall review each agency's gender analysis and provide recommendations to the mayor. And again, that should be due June of this year. Each district agency shall designate a liaison to the commission, and the Women's Commission shall make training available to all district government employees not later than 4 months after the applicability date, or 4 months after October 1. The commission shall develop and publish an online citywide action plan, and that would be due beginning of the next fiscal year, October 1. And while I applaud the unanimous support of the DC Council and grateful for the funding that was made available, I am a little disappointed because I agree with you, it's hard to find the evidence of any of this happening. I search the MOPI website regularly and can't find even mention of EDAW. But I'm hopeful that this will change. And in my written testimony, I could go through it now, but I know I've run out of time. I've listed some of the issues that can be corrected because of the EDAW law, and I have worked collaboratively with people all over the country who have passed similar laws, and the leaders of those cities are eager to help us in learning how to do the gender analysis and how to implement the law. And so I'm looking forward to learning how I can help, and I have offered to help also. And so far, have not been able to. So I want to thank you very much for your attention to this law. It's going to benefit not only the women and girls of, of all races in this city, it's going to benefit everyone, the men and boys as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mulhauser, and thank you for all of your work on this bill and these issues for many, many years. And I know we saw you at this hearing last year
That's right.
when you were talking about the need to fund it. And we were thrilled that the council funded the law last year to make sure that it could be applicable. And so we'll certainly be speaking with the director about that in a couple of minutes. In your ideal world, what would the most effective implementation look like in the next several months?
Well, I think starting by doing a gender analysis, and I know there are over 80 agencies in DC, so that's a lot of work. And when I testified before, I had suggested the possibility of working with the city administrator who does annual performance reviews and does collect data about race and other issues and salaries and so forth, but does not collect data on gender. And so it's plausible that a collaboration between the city administrator's office and MOPI could collect the data, because the data is initially important before you can do an analysis of the intersectionality and the other issues that the EDAL legislation calls for. So I think doing the gender analysis, and also the law states that each DC agency should identify a liaison who could work with the Women's Commission and MOPI. So and that maybe has happened. I'm just not aware of it.
Okay, thank you for that. As you do this work both in DC and around the country, what is the next policy or legislative action that we should be focused on to advance the rights of women and girls?
Well, I think the law is pretty comprehensive. If we do the analysis, and then another activity that MOPI should be undertaking is training where they find any deficiencies. And actually, while my testimony is personal testimony, it's just my own beliefs, I'm not doing this on behalf of any organization. I have worked with the United Nations Association all these decades to try to get other cities as well as DC to have this kind of law. And actually, I have been invited to speak on 2 separate panels at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women next month about our law. And I'm thrilled to be able to talk about how proud I am that DC has a law that is to implement the principles of the UN Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And maybe by then I'll have some more information that I can report on how the law is being implemented.
Okay, I certainly hope that too. That's a good additional deadline, I think, for us all to focus on here. So
Women's
thank-
History Month, March.
That's right. That's right. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Mulhauser, and thank you for your
I
patience
do want
this
to say
morning.
that I am aware of all of the events and activities that MOPI has been organizing, and that helps. It helps identify some of the problems, but now we need to focus on solving the problems.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to call our virtual public witnesses. Stephanie McGill, I assume that you already gave your testimony for the last agency. Rahama Wright, Veronica Nelson, Ashley Ruff, Sarah Akors. But Ms. McGill, if you're still here and you have testimony for MOPI specifically, we're welcome to give you the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning. I'd like to thank the council again for hearing my thoughts. I wanted to introduce myself again. My name is Stephanie McGill. I am the lead conductor and founder of the Soul Train, which is a sustainable outdoor learning experience. And my main focus is we have to we need funds, of course, to be able to effectively cultivate our seeds in the community, our youth, and their hopelessness is really a focus for us as a union. And I want to speak to the Women's Policy Council because as a mother, my heart is for nurturing, and I think that we should get back to that as a city. My hands are for healing, and my experiences are lessons that we can teach our young folks and us alike. We can learn from that. We need the funds and government cooperation to give access so that residents can have access to opportunities that will strengthen us individually and give us social economic strength within our neighborhoods. I implore the council to pour funds into neighborhoods that have high crime areas because safety is about having a peace of mind, and having a basic needs gives us a peace of mind. A lot of people, residents in the city of Washington, D.C., I feel and have noticed have desperate behaviors due to a lack of basic needs. If we get back to there and pour into those needs that is our constitutional rights, we will have better effectiveness and less crime. I am interested in being that leader in the community to help lessen crime and give training to those that need it. And I just want to thank everyone for being here and welcome everyone on the Soul Train, because collectively we can work together to affect real change in our neighborhoods, specifically, like I said, having the government support. And we want to draw on the leaders that actually live in the neighborhood. We need those resources and funds. And as I've learned, the African American has the largest population in DC, and I feel like we should be a part of that. We want to thrive, and everyone in the district deserves a chance. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Rahama Wright, founder and CEO, Yelene Beauty.
Thank you, council members. Good morning. My name is Rahma Wright, and I'm the founder of the Yelene Beauty Makerspace, the first commercial co-manufacturing facility for early stage beauty businesses led by women of color. The facility is opening later this year in Ward 7. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives and their support of our work and mission. Over the last year, I've had the opportunity to participate in several MOPI events, including the Maternal Health and the Women's Equality Day events. The office is an incredible amplifier of women's issues. They have supported our mission as thought leaders and utilizing a whole of government approach to ensure that we are aware of the DC resources available to support our entrepreneurship endeavors. Specifically, MOPI has focused on supporting our workforce development goals through the small batch manufacturing solutions we are providing through our Beauty Makerspace. They've made key introductions to the Workforce Investment Council, and as we know, sustainable public safety requires economic opportunities and job creation. Our goal is to create greater market share in the beauty industry for underserved beauty founders by addressing manufacturing constraints. We cannot achieve this goal alone, and Director Dupuy and her team are responsive to our needs and our inquiries, and we look forward to continuing our partnership in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wright. Veronica Nelson, Chair of the Commission for Women. Okay, Ms. Nelson, we'll come back to you if you join later. Ashley Ruff, Commissioner for ANC 7F02. Sarah Akers, Founder and CEO for DMV Kids.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify on the performance of the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives. My name is Sarah Akers, founder and CEO of 4DMV Kids, a platform that showcases events, activities, and things to do for kids around DC, Maryland, and Virginia. There are so many great things to say about the performance of MOPI. I truly don't know where to begin. My first interaction with the office was a little over a year ago at the Maternal Health Summit. I was amazed at the wealth of knowledge bestowed to the community through the event, from the tabling participants to panelists, the experts brought in to explain complex topics ranging from pregnancy to maternal health through teenage years. I really learned a lot through that event, which compelled me to follow MOPI's communication channels. I subscribed to their newsletter. I followed them on social media and went to a bunch of their events, from the DC annual citywide baby shower to Women's Equality Day. The sense of community this office brings to DC residents is unmatched and truly appreciated. MOPI serves not only as a beacon of knowledge in women's policy and initiative realm, but also among various topics through their communication channels. They spread information from other DC offices, organizations, and businesses that serve the community in a variety of ways. I know who I can depend on to get the word out, and that's for sure. Lastly, I'd like to talk not only about spreading the word about what's going on in the community, but also just being in the community and being present. There have been many times where I've shown up to community events to be pleasantly greeted by a MOPI team member or representative. From showcasing women-owned small businesses on their social media channels, to giving women the opportunity to network and build with each other. These acts truly show a team dedicated to their community in more ways than one. Coretta Scott King once said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members." I believe the team at MOPI, under the direction of their current director, Natasha Dupuy, really reflects that. And I'm happy to say I'm so proud of the team at MOPI and just all that they've curated throughout the year. And I look forward to participating in more upcoming events and also initiatives to get the word out about different things going on with women's policy. So thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Akers, and thank you for all of our public witnesses today. I want to ask you, Ms. McGill, if you're still on here. Stephanie McGill, are you still here? Okay. Ms. Akers, I'll go to you. What was your first interaction like with MOPI? How did you learn about them? And what was that experience like?
Sure. So my business is primarily based in Instagram. So I put out a lot of posts geared towards parents and caregivers of children ranging from 3 to 12. And so, as I'm scrolling Instagram, I started to see ads and other announcements for the Maternal Health Summit. And so I was like, oh, this is interesting, because I'm always looking for ways to interact with, of course, my target audience. And so I signed up and actually went to the event, and I was so impressed by just all of the information that, it was kind of like information overload for a minute. But just being a C-section mom myself, and having to go through that, and really going to the summit and actually being able to understand like what was happening, and just the updates in health regulation and policy put in place so that women do have more access to this type of information, I thought was just mind blowing and something that I never really thought about before. So from there, like I said, I was kind of like propelled to just, invest more time into MOPI and just all of their initiatives that they have coming out of that office. And so I think that's really what my experience was like.
Great. Thank you so much. And Ms. Wright, thank you for your testimony. And I think I heard you speak once and talk about the persistent and consistent growth of the beauty industry in DC that I was really moved by. And I think about all the time in our focus on jobs, in our focus on economic development, and thinking about how the district can be continue to be a place, but do an even better job of attracting new industries and people here. And so, can you speak a little bit to how your relationship with MOPI is and how we could be doing a better job in the district to expose people to the types of opportunities that are ever growing in the beauty industry that isn't always talked about in the kind of training programs for other technical experience in other industries. But I don't know why, because it continues to be growing and is a fantastic benefit that we have here in the district.
Yeah, no, thank you. I completely believe that DC can be a destination for beauty businesses and beauty brands. And I'm really excited that the Deputy Mayor's Office has supported light manufacturing grants. And we were one of the first recipients of a light manufacturing grant. And now we're doing what is required to really grow the market share, which is provide manufacturing solutions. Because the reality is you can't sell what you can't make. And we're borrowing from the food industry. Food entrepreneurs have access to shared commercial kitchens to make their goods. Beauty businesses do not. So that is the vision, is to create a facility that will provide early stage beauty brands, particularly women of color, the ability to make their products, the ability to access technical support, technical resources, and connect to offices like MOPI. And MOPI has been an incredible thought leader in this process of really figuring out how to establish and connect to workforce development programs in the district. We will have the ability for people to come to our facility and learn how to formulate, learn cosmetic chemistry. These are skills that can be passed down to the young generation, to middle schoolers, high schoolers. And so the MOPI team has been helping me really figure out strategically how to do that in the district. And I would just add that the beauty industry is a huge industry. It's very lucrative, but the market share for Black entrepreneurs, for entrepreneurs of color, is very tiny. It's less than 2%. And so by strategically placing this facility in Ward 7, placing it in places where people are currently underserved when it comes to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial development is something that's very important to me and to our mission.
Thank you so much. That is quite stark statistic. But thank you and congratulations on your success and for sharing
Thank you.
these great ideas. I look forward to thinking about other ways that the council can support the beauty industry and women-owned businesses and workers. Okay, with that, I am going to call our government witness, Natasha Dupuy, Executive Director of MOPI. Please sit wherever you're comfortable. And Director, as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you so much. I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Is the microphone on?
Yes, when it's red, it's lit up.
Say good morning. Good morning, Sue, Chair Pinto, and members of the committee. I am Natasha Dupuy. I use she, her pronouns, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives, or as you know, MOPI. To capture the essence of the work of our agency, I invite you to examine the words of poet Lucille Clifton. She states, "Won't you celebrate with me what I have shaped into a kind of life?" The DC comeback is evident. From our creative economy and small business community to sports teams and public safety efforts. The Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives stands in celebration for our collaborations from fiscal year 2023 and eagerly looks forward to the work we'll continue to do in 2024. I'm grateful to Mayor Muriel Bowser for the honor of serving in this appointment, and I am proud to be an aspirational and impactful mechanism of change such that women in every community of Washington, D.C. can build a good life for themselves and make our neighborhoods stronger. Additionally, I want to thank the members of the public who have offered their testimony, this committee staff, agency partners, other appointees, as well as external stakeholders for your ongoing engagement concerning the status of women in the district. The mission of MOPI is to support and advocate for women's issues through research and community engagement, establish public and private partnerships to address women's issues in Washington, D.C., and provide programs and workshops for women in the district to advance their health and economic status. MOPI facilitated engagement of both the DC Commission for Women and the Mayor's Thrive by 5 Coordinating Council to engage the public and private sectors with the Executive Office of the Mayor to increase engagement in civic life and the implementation of policies that help them lead and excel in the District of Columbia. Mayor Bowser is committed to increasing amenities across all 8 wards, safe and affordable housing, reducing health inequities, wealth building opportunities, increasing access to childcare, and so much more. Every tenet of the DC Comeback Plan has the potential to positively impact the quality of life for a DC woman. In FY23, Team MOPI attended or organized 184 events for DC residents and visitors. Here is some context for those events. First, we have Obviously DC Ladies Night. MOPI hosted Obviously DC Ladies Night in December of 2022 at the Anacostia Arts Center, and again in December of 2023 at Focus DC. The Obviously DC Ladies Night is intended to impact gender parity for grant recipients by increasing the number of women entrepreneurs who apply for business grants available through the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. The event provided in-person networking with representatives from DC agencies who can provide technical assistance to applicants, networking with future business partners, and networking with current and/or past, Obviously DC grant awardees. Next, I'll present Women's Equality Day. In August of 2023, the Women's Equality Day Mixer was held at Sycamore and Oak on the St. Elizabeth East campus. As all the businesses are Black-owned and nearly half are women-owned and operated, the event focused on women entrepreneurs and small business owners and featured business support, networking, headshots, and information about grant opportunities. District officials spoke about programs such as the Locally Made Manufacturing Grant Program, a new venture capital grant program, and the Food Access Fund. During the event, Mayor Bowser announced that the Black Girls Rock Fest, which has been held in the district since 2019, would return to the Kennedy Center this year under a new partnership with MOPI and the Office of Cable Television, Film, and Entertainment. We'll now move to the National Maternal and Infant Health Summit. Last fiscal year, over 1,000 people registered for the 6th Annual National Maternal Infant Health Summit at the Washington Convention Center. The summit featured 64 speakers and breakout session leaders, 36 tabling partners, wellness zones, and a movement break with the DJ. MOPI was excited to mobilize women with calls to action for examining their health coverage, winning as working women, and being actionable about maternal health innovation. MOPI worked with the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs and Serve DC to convene partners and promote the summit. We introduced pre-summit and post-summit activations in FY23 that included the Washington Mystics and the Smithsonian Anacostia Museum. For Women's History Month, in 2023, celebrations included ways for women in DC to get involved in physical health and wellness, a policy boot camp to learn about advocacy and running for office, a training on how to build better confidence when it comes to negotiating wages, and the annual Washington Women of Excellence Awards. The DC Commission for Women, CFW, includes women from all 8 wards who serve as ambassadors of information, resourcing our residents. MOPI facilitates CFW monthly for meetings with guest presenters, including Black Women Thriving East of the River, the Restoring Ivy Collective, and Martha's Table. The information sharing allows for the commissioners to pose questions, partnership opportunities, and roadmaps to resource allocations. We have supported the commissioners in electing an executive committee, and they are in the process of assuming committee assignments and creating a process for community input. Commissioners are better equipped to assess gaps in service provision and opportunities for policy change. In implementing the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Amendment Act of 2022, MOPI began the process of developing a citywide action plan to eliminate discrimination against women and provide training on gender equity and human rights to district government employees. Modeling this work after efforts of the Office of Racial Equity, MOPI began initial internal research in comparison of similar efforts in other states. The recruitment for staff dedicated to this effort is underway, and our goal is to complete the hiring process within the next several weeks. MOPI's work shines because our strategic collaboration and partnerships and our outstanding Commission for Women that advises and supports our work. We endeavor and continue to find ways to provide precision programming that targets the needs and priorities of district women. Mayor Bowser's goals center our values of providing a safe and supportive government that works for women. We are proud of the work that we have done and look forward to new partnerships and work to support and celebrate the amazing women in our community. Thank you, Chair Pinto and the committee for your leadership. That concludes my prepared remarks. I'm happy to address your questions.
Thank you so, excuse me. Thank you so much, Director, for being here and for all that you and your team do throughout the year to support women. Can you talk first a little bit about how the MOPI office is organized, what responsibilities that the team has and how you structure that?
We are flexible. No, my team is organized as a group of associate directors under my leadership. Right now, we have 5 associate director roles. 3 of them are vacant. Please apply if you are listening in. Under that, we have 1 focus under youth engagement. 1 is focused under civic engagement. 1 is focused under what we call labor. So that is an emphasis on workforce. So those who are employees or seeking jobs, and those who are employers. Is focused on health and wellness. So that's how we allocate our time frame. And then the other associate director role is more of a floating support and administrative support.
Okay.
And then the implementation of CDAW is embedded throughout, with the expectation that we're also supporting the commission, their embedded roles for staffing the Commission for Women in the Thrive by 5 Council.
Got it. Okay. And just to confirm, is CDAW the same as EDAW?
EDAW, yes,
Okay.
correct.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I wasn't referring to a different commission. Okay. So what efforts have been underway to fill those vacancies, especially since some of them were specifically funded for the implementation of EDAW?
Correct. So the 2 positions that were funded starting in October, those were listed recently. And so we are currently hiring to staff for those, and we built out the position descriptions to do that work.
Okay. How does MOPI identify women in the district who are most in need of services? And then are you involved in connecting individuals who are at risk or high need to those services?
So first and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge that we are under the umbrella of the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs. And so we are open, and there are folks who approach us in person on the third floor of the Wilson Building daily. So that's one way. There's also, we're referred through folks who call our office or contact us via email to ask us for contact. For example, someone contacted me yesterday via phone, and we referred them to a service provider. So folks can call us or email us for those supports.
Okay. Are there any proactive efforts underway to identify individuals with high needs and then connect them to what they need?
Yeah. I think there are a couple ways. When we say need, I think we can couch this. One, we have financially fit DC women. So I think we want to operate within like, what are our bucket areas? If we're talking about economic needs, right? Again, all of our things are, our programmatic efforts are connected to what's the DC comeback plan. We want folks to be economically independent, right? To make their own decisions. Part of that is being able to plan. So we look at it in two arrows, and I'll be very direct in my answer. One of those arrows are always going to be, how do we connect with DC youth? And one of those arrows is going to be DC women. So with our DC youth, we are in school buildings. We are in Luke Seymour High School. We're also at Excel Academy. We have programs for which we bring DISB, which is our Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, to do curriculum with them to talk about Bank on DC, et cetera. Why do we identify those schools? We have polls with the DME to say, perhaps, where are the schools that have, again, think about Title I schools. We think about, we've talked about attendance rates. There are a lot of schools that have those identity markers. That's where we've started with partnerships. And so that is our proactive outreach. We were at Excel Academy initially in FY23 and then expanded to Luke Seymour in the latter part of FY23 and want to continue that work with the commission. For adult women, we have the same financially fit DC women programming. And we also had a partnership with the American Association of University Women to do that. We also have for the attending the Ward 8 Health Council meetings, again, to figure out where are there specific areas for which women might need additional services or resources, and figure out how can we show up or partner and bring resources or
Okay.
government agencies to those needs.
Okay, thank you for those examples. How does MOPI share resources and events with the public more broadly for some of these events? I know you're active on social media. What does that look like?
Restate your question.
Sure. In some of the big events that MOPI handles throughout the year, which we'll get into in a minute, just in thinking about how you communicate with the public of what is going on, what is the kind of communication strategy?
Correct. Okay. So we have QR codes as one of the many ways that we engage with residents, where folks can scan. We have a picture frame for which folks will scan and get to a link tree, and it has multiple links for signing up for a newsletter, social media, et cetera. We also are very much traditional, for which you can write down on a clipboard your name, your email, your phone number, and we're very much about follow-up. We had a manual import of over 1,000 email addresses to our listserv throughout the fiscal year, and being able to update folks who may not have encountered our office before, and have folks say, oh, wow, you actually followed up with me. So we have engaged with folks. Again, if you're a small business and attended, obviously, DC Ladies Night, and you say, I know I talked to someone at WMATA about this night service for the bus, or I know there was someone about, we want to make sure that there's a follow-up.
Okay, great. Thank you. What challenges did MOPI identify as the most pressing and prevalent issues facing women and girls this past year?
Okay, we have 3 top line. One concerning public safety. And so I will echo what was shared by the testimony of Ms. McNeil earlier this morning, specifically around gender parity with our grantees. for a public safety grant. One, increasing the grant funding for prevention. There are a lot of intervention dollars. And there are women who are asking for their unpaid labor to be recognized and perhaps compensated in community. So for the 2 a.m. calls, for the auntie or the community mother who is serving in the social work capacity, who is going into schools, even as a grieving parent themselves, that is uncompensated labor for which that is doing healing work in our community. How do we build capacity around, we know who these interveners are, we know who the healers are. How do we, again, make sure that they can stay as members of our society? And so grant funding for public safety intervention and prevention work. The second being the light manufacturing space. And so we've heard from Rahama Wright in that regard. We're also folks who are in textiles and production. And so again, thinking about where are there perhaps surplus properties and looking at what space is not a basement or your kitchen space to move beyond cottage property for some of the women-owned businesses that started during the pandemic. If they're in need to scale, where could they do that if it's not in the food maker space? And then thirdly, after public safety and the light manufacturing, I'll make sure we are. We're exploring some other opportunities to see, again, what does equity look like when we have perhaps pilot programming to say, again, we've had opportunities like Strong Families, Strong Futures, where we know we're targeting specific populations of folks to have a specific outcome for financial impact. The proposal has been concerned around housing as a maternal health. Is it possible to do a pilot for which what we've been hearing from roundtables is women may not be presenting in displacement scenarios as homeless or unhoused with all of their children at once. They may have children in one family's home, right? One child might be with a parent, another child might be with a grandparent, but they might be with childs. And so being able to say, I am in custody of multiple children, but I'm unhoused or displaced, and I want to be parenting all of the folks and coordinating. And so we were in a couple conferences for which folks were presenting scenarios for pilots in other cities where they considered the funding stream for some maternal health initiatives to incorporate housing. And that could have been through ARPA dollars at the time, right, to do some innovation. But again, those were the three. If we're looking at public safety, who are some of those interveners that we haven't perhaps put into our funding structure? Looking at light industrial spaces, and then again, connecting that industrial space to workforce, right? Is there a metric around how are we connecting our women to youth, right? Or again, is this a public safety intervention as well? And then housing as maternal health.
Interesting. Okay, well, that is great to hear. Because I think in years past, when I've asked a similar question, there's been a big focus on events, which I think are really important and wonderful. I love attending some of those events myself, as I know many people do in the district, but I'm happy to hear these kind of substantive topic focus areas. What do you see as the mission of MOPI as it relates to these areas from, there's a lot to do within these spaces. It's identification of the need, it's follow-up with residents, it's policy recommendations. Where do you see MOPI as making the biggest impact and dent in seeing improved outcomes in public safety, business needs and issues, and housing is maternal health.
Yeah. I think this is in part where, looking at our testimony, I do want to acknowledge EDA has a role in all of this. And so I think what the thread is, I think that is a building block for additional work that could be done. Our agency partners, again, part of the training to what outcome, right? We have been in conversation with the Office of Racial Equity that just unveiled their racial equity plan. Again, it has specific indicators that are cross-industry, cross-agency, and it is specific towards racial equity. Similarly, women can have similar indicators, cross-agency. And so we are in the process of building out, what does a dashboard look like? What do metrics look like that could accomplish, okay, well, if my agency has these dashboards or indicators, we would produce policy that would yield outcomes that would include gender parity in our grant making, that would include reimagining how we would approach workforce metrics, right? And so part of our role is to, and I'll direct this to, again, how there's more to come. I'll say this, there's more to come around what we're working on with the metrics with EDA. I believe that our national partners, and I also would be remiss to say that I take great pride in being a fifth generation Washingtonian. I also take great pride in being a graduate double alum of GW, which we are national leaders in public policy and public health. And so I'm learning from our national and international programs, from the public testimony that was shared earlier. And there's a lot of knowledge here in our hometown, my hometown. And so there are great work. I called out earlier, Black Women Thriving East of the River. They spent 3 years talking to Black women east of the river to create indicators, policy proposals, and deliverables with metrics. They have compendiums and reports. And so to hear from national programs and proposals that could apply in another city, that's great. I wanted to be able to compare what has been vetted with folks, by folks from our city. And so that's what I believe that that's a part of our work of what is tangible. We can create a dashboard, we can do robust community engagement and comment, and we can reconcile what our national partners believe to be aspirational with what our local residents also want to see.
Okay, thank you for that. That sounds great. And I'm really happy to hear you talk about the public safety grants, because it's a good reminder to me, especially as we also have performance oversight with ONSE today, is last year this committee funded 3 specific grants for women-led organizations that do violence prevention work. And I think having some support from MOPI in retrospect would have been very helpful, because those organizations were small, had small staff, and were busy doing this important healing work and intervention efforts. And some of the paperwork that goes along with those grants. And so had I thought about making that connection to MOPI, I think we would have had better outcomes. And so thanks for raising that. And we'll continue to think about how we can be strategic partners in ensuring that some of these grant opportunities go to women-led organizations. So can you share with us some of the additional events that you organized last year? Of course, the Maternal and Infant Health Summit, but can you highlight some of the other events that you've been engaged in?
Out of the 184, drum roll, please. No. I think one of the ones that I'll highlight as well, one of the post-summit activations was at the Anacostia Community Museum. So engaging with one of our federal partners that, again, thinks global, acts local. We had a continuing conversation with our health management organizations or the folks who are providing healthcare. And so we were making sure not only do you recertify for Medicaid if that's what you're signing up for, but you also understand what is covered and how to advocate for screenings. And so the initiative at the time was around National Lead Prevention Week. And so we had family members show up who, again, they saw themselves at the museum. We have an office of the Clean City that's a part of the mayor's office. And so people engage in cleanups. We love cleanups. The Girl Scouts show up and they show out. And so we engage in cleanups, and they saw themselves on the walls of a national institution. And to be able to see that also nail salons or places for which you get your hair done, they impact our health. And so even like our drinking water impacts our health, and that there was this reconciliation between the signs that we put up, right? We being myself, I'll call and say, I want one of the lead-free DC signs, right? I want one of the slow down, 20 is plenty signs. To be able to see us saying that on our social media, but then to put it in a visual, right? Connecting the arts to our messaging, that was the aha moments. And so that was the second time being able to go there with a group. We had about 75 folks who came. And so we talked about healthcare, and then we saw how your nail salon is health, like this is women in the environment, your hair salon is health. And then we actually talked to pediatricians who were around in the 70s who said we weren't screening for lead. And we could see a baby who was like not well, the mom is not well, and it was their pipes. And to talk to the folks with DC Water who are doing lead pipe replacement, and they're like begging people, let me test your water, let me come into your house. And so again, making that real for residents. We were able to do that again in the end of July with the Summer Youth Employment Program. They had virtual program, we are in person. And so we are advocating, please, DOEE, let us bring this group of young people in person. And so for the first time, we had convened in person, packed out the Anacostia Community Museum, again, walked them through the exhibit and let them have aha moments of seeing, this is my neighbor. This is the campaign that makes it real. So now we're, this is a training opportunity to have more advocates, right? We talk about women standing up, stand for something, advocate for something. Well, you can say lead, you can say here's a sign, you can say the Wilson building, but it doesn't feel like it impacts them until we can make the story plain. And so those were some experiences where, again, we took a track with youth, and then we could take a track with the moms and say, okay, well, we've connected on both ends.
Okay. Thank you for highlighting that. It sounds like an amazing event and experience. I wish I was there. So when we were looking for your annual report, we haven't been able to find one since it looks like the 2020 to 2021 year. When can we expect an annual report published?
Yes, so we have our year in review that we submit to our director, Jackie Reyes. We'll make sure that it is put on the website.
Okay,
That might be the disconnect. So we'll make sure that it is on the website.
gotcha. Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much. Last year during this hearing, then Director Porter mentioned that MOPI had begun canvassing neighborhoods in order to share resources and events with the public. Is that effort still going on, and has it been expanded?
Okay. We I have lots of phrases with my team. We have talked about, we had an acronym that we are specific, we are measurable, we are about community, and we are kind, SMAC. That was kind of cute little ring to it. But yes, we have knocked doors. We have knocked doors in multiple wards. We are doing a campaign where we're in every ward of the city. We've posted videos of when we encounter women in the wards. We go to small businesses primarily because they're open and it's like accessible. But we also will encounter folks at their homes. And oftentimes people say, come inside. And so, again, there are videos of us in some of our neighbors' homes with their consent. They'll share their stories. Right now, we're gearing up for Women's History Month. And so as we'll talk to them about how they've encountered city services, if they're standing in need of anything, they'll also talk about how they've stood for something and been advocates.
Okay, thank you for that. And how often are those neighborhood visits happening?
So we plan for a couple days out of the week. We try to do at least a couple hours where we're out of the office in the community. Again, we had 184 events in 365 days. And so every week we are in the community doing outreach.
Are you finding that there's a lot of crossover in the people who are coming to the events?
So I will say there has been a transition. At one time, I think there was an awareness to say who is coming to which event. Of course, there are frequent flyers, as it should be. Our commission for women, you should be coming to our events, right? And so we love to see our commissioners. And we want to be mindful, are we spreading the love across all of our 8 wards? And so we produce our maps for ourselves, internal check-ins to say, where are we going? Should we spread out events more so? And so we've been responding to that.
Okay. So I'm trying to think of some of the other priorities or concerns that I have as it relates to women outcomes, and if there's a role for increased work there under the buckets that you have already laid out. And one area of particular concern for our committee is domestic violence and sexual abuse. How is MOPI thinking about ways that we can be supporting survivors and driving down DV?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. And so we engage with the Office of OVSJG, right? Victim Services and Justice Grants. They have an address confidentiality program. In the spring of 2023, we had a presentation from that program's leadership and asked, can you train our commissioners on what this program is so we can distribute the information? Again, our commissioners, the DC Commission for Women, are supposed to amplify these resources. And so that was one of the touch points. We have printouts, handouts, so we can pass that information out for folks. So that's one thing. The second is we also engaged with the Restoring Ivy Collective. They also presented at one of our commission meetings, and they are a trafficking survivor-led organization, again, to give us feedback regarding how is it that we can support either legislation or additional programming for survivors. Both of members of the Restoring Ivy Collective were also engaged, and I believe they provided testimony for legislation. There's been multiple pieces of legislation that have been introduced over the last year regarding public safety. And so them and other organizations have engaged us around domestic violence.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's a helpful partnership. And, you know, things like part of Secure DC creates a felony offense for strangulation.
Correct.
That is really important that we have education to women and to people across the district to know that and know that there are additional protections in place now when that happens, to call for support in law enforcement. How about efforts to support women who are incarcerated or returning citizens? One of the things that we've been pushing MORCA on for the last several years is men and women are different. And sometimes there are different needs that need to be addressed. And when we think about women who are incarcerated and making sure that access that they need to menstrual products or certain dietary needs or restrictions or interests, and same thing with programming. Are there any efforts at MOPI underway to assist in that effort?
Absolutely. So MORCA is one of our sister agencies within MOCA, and we have an event called The Many Faces of a Female Boss, okay? I invite you to join us when we do it again this year. It is led by women who are all formerly incarcerated. Again, when we think about those who are incarcerated, there is not one face. And so that's the name of the program. Many of the women are all either entrepreneurs or somehow, well, I guess if you're an author, a creative, they are self-made women, right? Renaissance women. A lot of our programming, we look for diversity, not only in race or what ward you live in or age. We also do nuance to say, what does language access look like? Right? So it could be Spanish, English, one of our Asian dialects, but also thinking about our deaf, blind, hard of hearing community. And then when we think about our returning citizen community, we also ask ourselves, what does it look like for generations? We've also encountered there are some women who their children have also been incarcerated, their women children, like their female children. And so in that programming, we've talked through that. We've attended workforce hiring fairs with DOES that have illuminated women-owned businesses for returning citizens. Yeah, there's ongoing programming with their workforce specialists.
Thank you very much. And what about with gender equity and pay?
So we concluded a grant with the Department of Employment Services to have training through the American Association of University Women that was utilized throughout FY23 to on the days for which we have equal pay or acknowledge, right? That's when we did our trainings for wage negotiations, and those were highly successful. We had some virtual and some in person for which folks would walk through a workbook, do salary negotiation conversations.
Great, thank you so much. Sorry, one second. Does MOPA engage in any efforts with gender inclusivity and trans and non-binary residents?
Yes, so we have, let me pull up opportunities. We have done some panel discussions. Last year, we had a panel for Lesbian Visibility Day during Women's History Month. We always participate in the high heel drag race. We had, when we did our obviously DC Ladies Night, and again, when we think about, when we say women, we mean all women. We invited and we had participation from entrepreneurs who are grantees who identify as queer-owned businesses. During Mayor Bowser's Washington Women of Excellence last year, we honored the owner of As You Are, Joe McDaniel, who identifies as a queer-owned business operator. And there are, I'm trying to look through all of our other programs, but again, we are very intentional of when we have programming opportunities, we put a call out for who can partner, and we always tap into our partner with Japer Bowles and the Mayor's Office on LGBTQIA affairs.
Thank you. The newsletter that you all put out, is that able to be shared on your website as well for kind of continued access to this information?
That is a great question. I believe it is in the realm of possibility. And so, yes.
Okay, I think that would be great just for folks who may not yet know to sign up for the newsletter, but may be looking online for upcoming events or resources. And there's a lot of great information in there. So what are the next steps for eliminating discrimination against women? I know that there are the positions that you're going to hire for. Job descriptions are up.
Yes.
Okay, but what are some of the next steps, let's say in the next 3 months, to how we're going to make some meaningful progress here?
Absolutely. So again, continuing the conversation within the CA umbrella agencies to model after the work of the Office of Racial Equity to get our implementation plan constructed. Again, we want to be intentional about what data collection is already underway. And so we can be strategic and not duplicative in our efforts. Again, since we're looking at DC government agencies per the legislation, very specific, also looking at DCHR to see what are some reservations or perhaps amendments needed to the scope of the legislation. Some of the provisions may be difficult to implement if it is a opt-in mechanism. Again, some things are not reported already in terms of gender as a metric, and so our response rates may not yield the level of analysis that might be substantive. And so again, thinking about what are other ways to have a robust analysis. And so again, data collection and thinking about community stakeholder engagement, those are things that we're gonna happen in the next few months, in addition to hiring.
Okay. And as you may have heard from our public witness, Ms. Mulhauser, who's speaking during Women's History Month in March about the district being a leader in this space, what types of things can be reported to that group in March about progress that's been made? Because I hear you and I know that you're focused on these issues and believe in this law and want to make sure that it's implemented. But as we get into February and then March, and we're thinking about a couple of months, all of a sudden we're into next year. This funding was made available starting in October. So I just want to make sure we're being really specific about what's coming next, next month.
Yes. And so I hear you. I am available. I'm going to have to get back with a specific dashboard plan for what that looks like.
Okay. Okay. Well, we will definitely be in touch about that. And thank you in advance for meeting with us about that. All right. Well, that concludes my questions for you. I want to give you a chance, Director, if you have any final thoughts or things you want to share that we didn't get a chance to talk about today.
Yes. I know we've directed folks and said we have a newsletter, website, all the things. And so I'll put the plug out. You can follow us at DCMOWPI on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. But no, it's been a pleasure. I want to invite everyone, attendees and public witnesses, everyone to attend our Women's History Month celebrations in March. We have a lot of things planned.
Fantastic. We will be there. Thank you so much, Director. And thank you to all of our public witnesses. So the time is now 12:38 p.m. We are going to recess this hearing until 1 p.m. and then we will we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. And conclude with our final agency of the day, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. The time is 12:38 and we are recessed. Good afternoon, everybody. We are reconvening this public hearing on the Committee on the Judiciary. The time is now 1:18 p.m. on Wednesday, February 14th. We are reconvening this committee hearing to discuss the performance of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We are going to start with our public witnesses who are all joining us virtually. Sabrina Rhodes, Josh Neal, Stephanie McGill, Betty Gentle, Reverend Karen Curry, Rahaman Kilpatrick, and Ashley Ruff. We will get started with Sabrina Rhodes, community organizer from Empower DC. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
You sound a little far away.
Let's see, hold on. Is that okay?
Yep, that's great.
Well, good afternoon, Chairperson Brooke Pinto, council members, staff, and witnesses. My name is Sabrina Rhodes, and I am the community organizer with Empower DC and also the ANC Commissioner 5DO2 here in Ivy City. I'm also a native to DC and a concerned member of my community and city. My concern today is neighborhood safety and engagement. In the past, our community has faced challenges, particularly concerning the safety of our residents, not only in Ivy City, but in recent years all over the city. It is imperative that we address this issue collectively and build a foundation for a safer district. First, let's talk about the unsettling rise in carjackings, especially involving our youth. These incidents not only endanger lives, but also instill fear within our city. As responsible residents of this city, it is our duty to find proactive solutions. This involves working closely with law enforcement agencies, ANCs, the community organization that works closely with the residents in your community, such as Empower DC is working here in Ivy City. Councils, constituent services, etc. To devise strategies that prevent and combat carjackings and crime effectively. Not just putting tags and bars in cars, but having healthy and positive relationships. However, it requires a collaborative effort where we all actively engage in creating a secure environment. Neighborhood watch programs and community patrols did serve as powerful tools to deter criminal activities in the past, but times has changed. Why are folks coming in from Virginia selling guns in DC, especially to kids who are using them? Who is keeping up with these folks, and why aren't they getting caught and prosecuted? Why are youth with violent charges being released back into society? More funding is needed for violence interrupters so that each community can be represented by at least 4 violence interrupters and 2 outreach workers. For example, Ivy City has only two violence interrupters to share with Sursum Quarter, and one of them is outreach. By fostering a culture of vigilance and mutual support, we can significantly enhance our safety. Interactions with the police can sometimes be a crucial aspect of ensuring community safety. The biggest problem with having relationships with the police is that many do not live in our communities. However, it's essential to bridge the gap between law enforcement and residents. Establishing open lines of communication can help dispel mistrust and build a sense of partnership. Initiatives where officers actively engage with the community, like getting out of their cars, Walking and talking to community members can lead to a better understanding of local concerns and foster a more positive relationship. The police are being weaponized on one hand and not trusted on the other. And I see my time is running down. About the youth, they are the future of our communities, and their well-being is important. Building strong communication channels with our youth is vital. Instead of viewing them solely through the lens of suspicion, let's invest in programs that provide mentorship, education, and extracurricular activities that the youth are interested in, like Boys and Girls Clubs used to do. Invest in programs that will open up young minds and make them think outside the box beyond the computer and the TV screen. They can learn skills that will carry them into their adult lives. Early last year, I was informed that the ONSE office will be located in Ivy City. Is this correct? We would like the ONSE office to do more community engagement along with attending our community meetings and events by the outreach workers, investing in more mentors to be visible and reachable in the schools, giving them positive outlooks and opportunities such as taking the youth on trips and showing up in the communities where they live. We can work to guide them away from the path of crime. These programs can include educational seminars, community events, block parties, entrepreneurship opportunities, art displays, poetry slams, and forums where everyone of all ages who can show and express their talents, concerns, and work collaboratively towards solutions. I'm going to stop there because my eye is dripping, but I have Joshua Neal here to do his testimony. So should we change names on the screen?
Oh, sure. And if you're there together, we can note for the record that the next witness will be Josh Neal, a student from Empower DC. If you want to change your name, you can do so on your Zoom end. But otherwise, it's okay from our end for you all to share the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joshua Neal. I'm a senior from Benjamin Banneker High School, and I volunteer at Empower DC's Ivy City Clubhouse. Today, I'm performing my all-day community service, and I want to testify on juvenile crime prevention for the Office of Safety and Neighborhood Prevention. In DC, we face a variety of pressing issues that plague our city, but one of the most urgent of them is juvenile violence. Juvenile violence and gender-rule crimes committed by youth have only increased in recent years. From 2022 to 2023, there has been a 10% increase to juvenile arrests for a variety of crimes, including but not limited to carjacking, assault, robbery, and etc. This increase in youth crime leads to increased overcapacity of youth detainment centers. With overcapacity, youth detainment centers won't be able to create a safe environment for the juveniles that reside there. This doesn't only affect youth who committed crimes, but also young people who are homeless and have no other place of residence. We can see this with the YSC, Youth Service Council. The YSC is a place where juveniles wait in pretrial detention and or for youth who are in the DYRS, Department of Youth Rehabilitation Service custody. The YSC has been facing overcapacity issues in recent months, leading to dangerous environments for the youth who resides there, parents who are worried about the safety of their children, and staffing issues. In the face of these pressing issues, one question is clear. How can we get the DC government to decrease the number of juvenile crimes being committed? First, we need to understand why juveniles turn to crime. There are many reasons why juveniles turn to crime: the conditions of their upbringing, their education, their peers, lack of guidance from parental figures or guardians, homelessness, and many more. How can we tackle these problems that juveniles face? To stop juveniles from turning to crime, there needs to be early prevention through discouragement of delinquent behavior, increased occupancy of their time doing appropriate activities, and increased resources for education both in and out of school, and a safe place for youth to reside. Synthesizing these ideas into programs boils them down to these programs: implementation of multiple citywide youth centers, and increased advertisement of approved youth employment opportunities. Oh, and also increased funding for DC public schools and public education programs. Initiative to increase funding for DC public schools and public education programs. The majority of youth in DC spends most of their time in school. Through these programs, it would allow for the youth of DC to have access to better education, encourage them to find and pursue a suitable career path, and most importantly, it will occupy the majority of their time, preventing them from participating in deliberate activity. The public educational aspect would provide additional support for youth who struggle with the material inside school, which discourage the feeling of needing to drop out among the youth. Implementation of citywide youth centers. It is clear that youth are required to spend all their time doing educational activities or working. So providing them with a safe place to congregate with peers, relax, or do any other suitable activities discourages youth from being out in an environment that encourages delinquent behavior. And increased advertisement of approved youth employment opportunities. The youth of DC need the option to gain access to a steady income flow. There are many employment opportunities for the youth of DC, the most well-known being SYEP and SYIP, but there are other safe and suitable establishments that also are available for the youth of DC to be employed at. Many of the youth of DC are unaware of these establishments, which leads them to participate in unsuitable activities to gain money. These unsuitable activities do not only include illicit activities, but also jobs that intersect with the school's days, leading to a decreased attendance and potentially affecting their ability to graduate. Forcing them to stay in low-paying jobs. Advertising suitable jobs for youth allows the youth of DC to know they have the option outside of illicit activities that also can work well with their school schedule. That's it.
Thank you for allowing us to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you both for your testimony. Stephanie McGill, lead conductor of the Soul Train.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you again, Chairman and members of this council, for allowing me to speak to you today. I especially welcome the opportunity to offer my ideas to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, because we have a common goal: safe passage for everyone. I am Stephanie McGill, founder and lead conductor of the Soul Train. The Soul Train is both a literal and figurative vehicle that identifies and builds on natural skills and abilities. And then we build them to create sustainability and connect communities. We promote sustainable outdoor learning experiences, and we provide training and recreational activities in nature. We have to get back to a natural way of living. Safety is having peace of mind, and having your basic needs met gives us a peace of mind. Not having your basic needs met leads to insecurities, which leads to desperate behaviors, as we know, which increases crime, which again leads us back to being unsafe in our own environments. I today urge this council to funnel the necessary adequate funds into neighborhoods that continue to be underserved, despite the fact that we pay a lot of taxes. We need millions of dollars to be built into the budget to create 24-hour safe houses that will be a place where people can come and get wraparound services any time of the day. We need to develop a fleet of mobile outreach vans that'll be dispatched to neighborhoods that could use a lift, because we need to meet people where we are. I do acknowledge and appreciate our mayor's efforts in renovating and improving rec centers around the city. However, it's been my experience that many youth do not participate or don't feel welcome to do so. So we have to meet them where they are with our mobile outreach vans. Many people do not respond well to having police presence in their neighborhoods because it implies punishment. and our presence in the community will be more nurturing and hands-on. There are leaders in every neighborhood, and we want to utilize their expertise. They do the work every day, and it is my recommendation that the government agencies empower and supports them. My dream is to have all citizens empowered by local government agencies to bridge the gap and build brighter futures. We can use abandoned properties that's all over, that we see every day all over the city, to be renovated or rehabbed by out of school youth, thereby cutting down the idle time, where they'll be learning vocations, hands-on, and also it'll be used for their stability later on when they learn these skills. Also, I know that this will be beneficial to any community because they'll feel a sense of pride of the things that they have helped to construct, and therefore they will protect it, and it'll be for their benefits and the benefit of the community. They'll be better stewards in their neighborhood. All I know is the youth need guidance and they're looking for it. The residents are welcome to change. They just need direction and the resources and tools in order to do that. Parents are having a hard time keeping it together and the children suffer. We expect them to know better, but we have to show them better and show them that they do matter by putting the necessary funds in the hands of the people who fight the battle every day. There are so many great organizations and programs that are positive in this city, and I commend everyone. What I want to do with the Soul Train is I want to connect everyone together, and that would be my dream. That way we will have our hands and our ears and our eyes all across all 8 wards in this city, because our ancestors built this city for all of us to be able to thrive, and all we need is to get on board. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to working with all of you in the future.
Thank you, Ms. McGill. Betty Gentle, Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Inc.
Greetings, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as a Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Incorporated, also known as So Others Might Eat. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Since 1970, SUM has been working to break the cycle of poverty, homelessness, and hunger through our comprehensive whole person approach. Our continuum includes behavioral health services where our staff supports adults in stabilizing and maintaining their mental health. Our main facilities are in Ward 5 along the North Capitol Street corridor and Ward 7 near the Benning Road Metro Station. Today, SUM would like to highlight how over the past 3 years, we have been able to support and offer high-quality mental health services to approximately 197 survivors of gun violence that occurred in D.C. through a highly effective and collaborative partnership with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement through SUM's Journey Project, Finding Yourself Again. In 2021, SUM realized that 2 of the 151 blocks identified as having 40% of gunfire occurring were right in SUM's backyard at the Conway Center on Benning Road. Thereafter, with the support of a 3-year grant from Building Blocks DC, SUM was able to support DC's efforts in addressing gun violence through a comprehensive public health approach by creating a trauma care pathway for survivors in partnership with ONSE. The Journey Project aims to reduce the negative impact of gun-related trauma and increase the resiliency of individual survivors of primary and/or secondary gun violence. These individuals have personally experienced gun violence or had a close family member who was a victim of gun violence. We provide extensive outreach and rapport building through peer support workers, trauma-informed therapies, and a variety of alternative healing activities such as music group and trauma-informed yoga to address the many facets of trauma and harm caused by gun violence. In addition, using flex funds, we serve the whole person by addressing clients' social determinants of health, such as clothing, food, medical-related expenses, and transportation that often interfere with a client's ability to focus on their mental health. With our staff, which includes a program manager, patient services coordinator, 2 therapists, and 3 support workers, we have the capacity to serve about 180 clients at any one time. Peer support workers are essential to the success of the Journey Project because through their lived experience, they engage with clients in a unique and powerful way that encourages utilization of mental health therapies. Gun violence survivors are referred to SUM by ONSE directly after experiencing a traumatic event. Because ONSE provides immediate support and linkages, it helps build trust with the individuals they serve. So when they suggest a referral for mental health services, the clients are inclined to trust the provider and follow through with us. Once referred to some, we reach out within 1 business day to start building rapport and assess the individual's needs. We have found ONSE to be an effective, open, and transparent partner. Communication is frequent and focused on the needs of individuals in need of support. If after the assessment we find that the Journey Project is not the correct service, we can work together with ONSE to connect individuals to a different or an additional support. From our experience, ONSE is responsive to our needs as a provider and to the individuals they seek to serve. Additionally, ONSE has also been effective in assisting with clients who are difficult to reach and are hesitant to engage in mental health services due to previous negative experiences. The ONSE team works with us on outreach and engagement in these circumstances, and we have been successful in locating and building rapport with these clients. Engagement and trust-building activities are crucial in meeting the needs and treating individuals who have been through a traumatic event. These efforts are more effective when we can utilize peer support workers to bridge the gap between individuals and the system. Unfortunately, these activities are often not reimbursable, but the grant funding for the Journey Project has funded this service. Though the grant for the Journey Project expires on September 30th, some would certainly love to continue this work in partnership with ONSE and will hope to be able to serve even more survivors by hiring more staff, specifically staff committed to doing extensive outreach and engagement and having access to more flexible funds to address small, short-term immediate needs that prevent clients from being able to focus on their healing. Before closing, I would like to highlight a real-life story that demonstrates the positive impact of SOME's partnership with ONSE on gun violence survivors in their communities. ONSE referred an individual to SOME who had been shot multiple times and severely injured. At the referral, the person was difficult to contact. However, our peer support worker collaborated with ONSE, and they were able to connect our staff with the individual and slowly build rapport. The person had previous bad experience with mental health care and did not trust the services. However, through persistence and trauma-informed care practices, we overcame stigma attached to the mental health care. This person then utilized each of our services, transitional housing, support groups, music therapy, individual therapy, and continued peer support. During this individual's recovery, they indicated that they had been planning to retaliate against their assailants once they recovered. However, due to the coping skills and supports they received from the Journey Project, they no longer plan to utilize violence and retaliation. The path to healing from gun violence and other traumas is never linear. Therefore, having programming that can be flexible and patient with individuals to meet them when they are ready and where they are is critical to the success of the Journey Project in our partnership with ONSE. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gentle. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Rahaman Kilpatrick, Advisor of the Community Engagement and Advocacy, Horton's Kids.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I thank you to the council for its previous support. My name is Rahaman Kilpatrick, and I'm the Advisor for Community Engagement and Advocacy at Horton's Kids. I'm here to add my voice to those calling for an investment in youth and family programming as violent prevention measures. Horton's Kids operates a place-based program where children of family members who live within a half-mile of our headquarters, Horton's Hub, can access our services. This includes in continuing our long-term commitment to the neighborhoods of Wellington Park, Instead, and Oaks, where we maintain community resource centers in the apartment buildings where our families we serve live. We are committed to providing safe space to hundreds of children and families each year, and we are seeking additional funds to expand our services to 25% more children and their families in the upcoming years. Horton's Kids uses evidence-based informed strategies to create a whole committed community approach to violence prevention. We engage youth, caregivers, and community members to break patterns of violence and retaliation proactively. We aim to form connections between the children we serve in their schools and other community assets, delivering essential programs that transform lives. Our long-term commitment acknowledges that addressing the root cause of violence and trauma requires deep trust and ongoing relationship building. In our experience, one of the main risk factors for violence is a crisis of engagement and connection that often begins early, peaks during middle school years, and crystallizes in high school. Disengagement from school and pro-social activities stems from a range of issues like trauma, undiagnosed learning differences, and mental health challenges, housing and food insecurities, and other adverse life stressors that undermine the stability. Our approach centers on comprehensively engaging youth in year-round programming and helping them envision a positive future where they are supported by their peers and caring adults. We make a minimum of a 13-year commitment to each child and their family. Horton's Kids provides wraparound services that include academics, youth development, health and wellness, and community and family engagement supports. These interventions have been critical as the average high school graduation rate in the communities we serve is 55%, and the neighborhoods have the highest rate of violence. Despite these challenges, students enrolled in Horton's Kids are twice as likely to graduate on time compared with their peers. Over the last 2 years, violent crimes with a gun in Ward 8 went up by 177 when compared to the previous 2 years. We saw that impact directly as we had to shutter our program 6 times last year with students and staff being forced to shelter in place. Just last week, a former Horton's Kids alum died after succumbing to gunshot wounds he sustained 2 years ago while walking through the neighborhood. A disengaged young person from the neighborhood was involved in a high-profile carjacking, resulting in his death. Recognizing the critical need to interrupt this trend, we are eager to deeper violence prevention resources for youth in Ward 8 who would otherwise be underserved. For the last 2 years, the council has generously funded our request to support the renovation and build out of Horton's Hub. Thanks to that support, we're now 93% of the way to our $5 million goal. We are asking the council to make another investment in our campaign to help us close that $350,000 gap. This will enable Horton's Kids to expand our programming and our violence prevention efforts. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilpatrick. And thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I do have a couple questions. Sabrina and Josh, if you all are still here, thank you for your testimony and the work that you do. What do you think some of the biggest needs are of our kids right now? And has that changed from your perspective over the last couple of years and what you're seeing today?
Want to answer that?
Can you repeat it again? Repeat the question.
What do you think some of the biggest needs are for kids?
Well, from my experience, I think similarly what most people think is that what shapes a kid is from their childhood. What shapes who they are is their environment and the people around them that encourage them to do things. So I think it's really for what I think personally is the educational aspect of a child's upbringing that forms who they are, and that we should spend more time and resources on that educational aspect. But there are other aspects that affect a child's upbringing,
such as support in the communities. Like with Ivy City, we are getting Cremel open up as a community center, which will have programming through DPR and just a lot of needed program for the entire community and residents of all ages. But we're not, the past couple years or few years, we haven't seen a lot of investments in our children. And investing in the school system, making sure that the teachers are being paid well, making sure that there's mentors in the school system, supporting these young people because they're going out in the streets and they're getting the support in the streets. We're happy to have the violence interrupters. We're glad that that the Attorney General invested in the violence interrupters, but like here in Ivy City, like I said in my testimony, we only have 2. One is a violence interrupter, one is an outreach worker, and we're sharing them with Sursum Quarter. And although there's not a lot of crime per se here in Ivy City, that the young kids, they don't want to talk to me. They want to talk to the young guys who are violence interrupters, who understands them. I understand them, but they would rather talk to them. So I'm thinking that maybe we need to invest in more peer-to-peer type programs and get in these schools, especially KIP, because KIP is right now is having a lot of issues. And security is not the answer. Police in our community is not the answer.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And what have your interactions been like with the violence interruption specialists or with ONSE, if at all?
Well, I haven't had any interactions with ONSE. That's the thing. During Councilmember Parker's Ward 5 Day, we were told that the ONSE office was going to be housed here in Ivy City. And I haven't heard anything from them. During that event, I had spoke to some of the workers to ask them, could they, you know, come to Ivy City and interact with the community. And it was almost like they're overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed and they're spreading themselves thin through the other communities. So I was hoping that if they were housed, which from my knowledge to today, they're not housed here. But if they were housed here, that we will have more of an engagement with them. The DC Housing Authority police is housed here, and I haven't seen them. But when we do see them, they are shaking folks down at the park, the club, to lock the park down. So no, I haven't had any interaction with the ONSE
Okay,
office.
thank you. Ms. Gentle, what about you? Have you worked directly with ONSE?
So I haven't worked directly with ONSE, but our mental health team works directly with them. With the program that I talked about, we actually receive every single referral from the ONSE office. So for everybody that enters into the Journey Project and receives those, the program for gun violence, trauma and therapy, they all come through the ONSE office.
Okay, and how has that interaction experience been?
Our staff said that it's been great. The ONSE office is always very communicative. They've already connected with the person that they are referring. So they already have started to build the relationship and are even helpful when we have trouble getting in contact with folks, or like with people who've had bad experiences with mental health providers. The ONSE office usually works with our peer support workers to try to overcome some of that, to get the person to come and get an assessment to see what services might fit. And even when we feel like our program may not be the best fit, or if people may need additional supports, the ONSE office also helps connect them to somebody else.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much for being here and for the work that you do in our communities. We appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
We are now going to call our government witness, Quelly D. Sneed, Interim Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Please sit wherever you're comfortable. Yes, and if you have folks on your team who will also be answering questions, if you can join the table and just state your name and position for the record, and I'll swear you all in. So we can just start with you, Director, with your full name and position, and then we'll go down the line. Sure.
All right. Good afternoon. Quelly Sneed, Interim Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Joshua Williams Robinson, I'm the interim.
I'm sorry, make sure that microphone is on. There's a little button on the
Yep,
bottom. It should be red. There we go. Go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. I'm Joshua Williams Robinson. I'm the interim Chief of Staff and also the Chief Operating Officer at ONSE.
Good afternoon. I'm Tanisha Wallace. I'm the Deputy Director for Strategic Planning and Programs.
Good afternoon. Happy Valentine's Day. My name is Julia Irving, and I have the honor of serving as the Deputy Director of Government and Community Affairs in the Office of Neighborhood Safety.
Okay, great. And if I could just ask you, stay standing, for us to swear you all in. As you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I could ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. I'd now like to invite you, Director, to make any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Quelly Sneed, Interim Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also referred to as ONSE. I am pleased to present testimony today on the work of ONSE and its impact for fiscal year 2023. Joining me is ONSE Deputy Director of Strategic Planning and Programming, Tanisha Wallace, Chief of Operations Officer Joshua Williams Robinson, and Julia Irving, Deputy Director of Government and Community Relations. ONSE was created to address gun violence reduction in the district while assisting the community with the trauma caused by these incidents. Our mission is to foster community-based strategies that help prevent gun violence to increase public safety. ONSE programs provide vital services and engagement to our client base, which include families that have lost loved ones from gun violence, individuals at risk of participating in or becoming victims of violent crime, and students of middle and high school age who are at risk of being victims of or participating in criminal or violent behavior. As you know, I began my tenure with the ONSE in February 2023 as Chief of Staff, serving alongside Director Linda Harley Harper, who was simultaneously served as the Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Before the untimely passing of Director Harley Harper, together we envisioned the direction of ONSE, or as we like to refer to it as ONSE 3.0, where we discussed the ONSE and how best to redefine, realign, and re-energize staff effort to maximize impact of agency programming and ultimately to reduce the impact of violence on the community. Director Harley Harper cared deeply about each client, each family member, and every ONSE staff member, and was committed to returning district neighborhoods to the safe places they should be. Her legacy remains with us in this critically important work. Now I would like to turn to our programs during the fiscal year 23. In FY23, the Pathways program successfully enrolled 80 high-risk male residents, as we refer to them as ambassadors, between the ages of 18 and 35. Pathways achieved a 2% increase in promotion rates compared to FY22, promoting a total of 64 residents. In partnership with the Division of State Initiatives of the Department of Employment Services, as known as DOES, 59% of promoted participants secured subsidized work placements, and an additional 23% successfully obtained full-time unsubsidized employment in FY23. 3 Pathways participants were featured in news coverage with NBC4 and the Washington Informer, where they shared their positive experiences about the program while emphasizing the benefits they received. FY23 ended with cohort 14, and cohort 15 is now underway for FY24. The ONSE Leadership Academy, or as like we affectionately call OLA, completed its first full year with expanded programming at 3 middle schools: Paul Public Charter Middle School, Kramer Middle School, and Kelly Miller Middle School. Pre-existing OLA programming is provided at Paul Public Charter High School, Anacostia High School, and H.D. Woodson High School. OLA staff held more than 250 mediations or interventions throughout these 6 schools during the school year of 22-23. As a result of the mediation success at H.D. Woodson, OLA staff were asked to host all mediation for the entire student body. I am pleased to report that in FY24, McFarland Middle School was added to the school roster. Additional highlights with OLA include providing case management for 107 students, running 40 school events centered around gun violence prevention, and each OLA school holding 40 group sessions during the school year. The OLA program focuses on a student's ABCs, attendance, behavior, credits, and course performance, as well as safe passage. Moreover, the OLA program uses a model of positive youth development, which has origins in the fields of prevention that promotes positive outcomes. Family and Survivor Support Division, or as we refer to as FSS, serves residents of all ages who have experienced a traumatic loss or hospitalization caused by gun violence. FSS serves as the district's response to community violence by coordinating multi-agency emergency critical responses if a violent incident becomes a homicide, involves a juvenile being shot or stabbed, or is believed to be gang or crew related. In FY23, FSS successfully completed 683 referrals from the Metropolitan Police Department. The majority of these referrals were for emergency or temporary placement, housing-related support. FSS hosted 3 after events, which stands for A Family That Eternally Remembers, serving 43 families to assure them that they are not alone in the loss of a loved one. These events are facilitated by licensed clinicians. The FSS team is at the center of the after impact of violent crime. They serve a direct link between survivors, immediate family members, and government and community-based service providers to ensure that connections are made on a host of support services. In partnership with DC Water and the District Department of Transportation, FSS held an after event at the DC Water headquarters for these families on September 25th in recognition of the National Day of Remembrance for homicide victims. On that night, the Frederick Douglass Bridge was lit in orange in their honor, the official color of this event, which was covered by Fox 5, WJLA, and WUSA 9. In FY23, FSS received 703 critical response notifications from MPD, requesting the division to engage with survivors and family members of homicide cases. From this number of notifications, 683 service requests made by families to FSS were secured. These services include burial services, emergency temporary housing, behavioral health support for adults and children. The division partnered with DC Court's Crime Victims Compensation Program to strengthen our relationship and provide a more streamlined approach to service delivery. FSS also partnered with MPD's Victim Services Division to facilitate case information sharing and ensure effective and efficient service delivery to families impacted by homicide and survivors of gun violence. People of Promise. The People of Promise Initiative, or what we refer to as POP, POP, is an interagency strategy designed to disrupt cycles of violence, poverty, and incarceration by strategically reaching individuals at imminent risk of victimization or involvement in violent crime and connecting them to support services. During FY23 and FY24 to date, 153 persons of promise received case management services through ONSE outreach specialists. People of Promise staff host 3 back-to-school resource fairs serving approximately 150 families in ONSE communities. At these fairs, 300 backpacks, hygiene bins were distributed to students and families. People of Promise case managers forged a partnership with Bread for the City, where each month our case managers retrieve up to 15 grocery bags to distribute to clients. People of Promise case managers completed an on-site learning session at the Goodwill Excel Center to gain information on matriculation options for our People of Promise clients who are interested in earning a high school diploma. In total, there have been 2,016 successful contacts and communication exchanges in FY23 and FY24 to date, and 105 individuals have obtained service referrals across various areas such as employment, education, transportation, and housing. The ONSE Violence Intervention Program is designed to work collaboratively with community-based organizations to reduce violent crime throughout the district. This program uses tactics to address potential conflicts, stabilize communities after a violent conflict, and provide support to individuals at high risk of being directly involved in violence. In FY23, 344 neighborhood mediations and ceasefires were conducted, and 471 community touches or engagements were made across the district. Violence interrupters also attend advisory neighborhood commission meetings to strengthen community ties and keep dialogue open. During FY23, ONSE attended approximately 54 ANC meetings. The Violence Intervention Division partnered with Department of Parks and Recreation in an Art for Change contest for gun violence reduction that engaged 61 young people in a creative expression while raising awareness for their perspective on the devastating impact of gun violence around them. The VI program held 77 events and activities, engaging hundreds of community members and clients, including a job interview seminar and weekly client group sessions. I want to thank the many facilitators, clinicians, case managers, providers, graduates of our Pathways ambassadors of cohort 12, 13, and 14, the dedicated staff at ONSE, and all the people who work behind the scenes on the mission of preventing gun violence in the district. This work is critical and courageous, and it must be continued to keep our residents and neighborhoods safe. This past fiscal year has presented numerous challenges that have tested the true grit of every person on the ONSE team. The work of ONSE is important and it is valued. To the ONSE team, who I know is watching, I appreciate how we have come into our collective roles with eyes wide open, with a focus on staying bonded while staying on mission. Each ONSE team member has a positive impact on the district, and I am proud to work alongside you. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I welcome any additional questions you may have.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Director Sneed, and congratulations on so much of what you've all been working on all year long. I want to thank you and your leadership team who's here today and every person who works at ONSE and really does such critical work on behalf of the district, oftentimes in dangerous settings and oftentimes putting their lives on the line. And it is emotional work and taxing work. And we are very appreciative of all of that effort and sacrifice. I also want to extend my heartfelt continued condolences for the loss of Director Harley Harper. I know that she not only was a wonderful colleague to you all, but a dear friend and mentor. And we will continue to fight for this work in her honor. Thank you. So I want to kind of pick up first where we left off last year in performance oversight hearing, which was a recognition that some readjustment needed to happen and future plans that were coming to review and potentially modify operations. So since that time, has ONSE undertaken a comprehensive review of its programming, just to have a clear-eyed sense of where we are now, and what was the result of that review?
And thank you for the question. And yes, even though we've kind of had we had a readjustment, of course, when we lost Director Harley Harper. But since that moment or since that time, we've actually taken a moment, a pause to really just look at the agency as it was configured and to see how can we best position it to continue to do this work in a more efficient and effective way. And a lot of that is pretty much what you see before you now, is building that infrastructure piece that may not have existed at the time of the last hearing. And when I say infrastructure, it is how does the agency do its work in terms of getting resources into the community? How do we align our policies and procedures and work effectively, because we're still government, and how do we still get the resources into the community? And so a part of that assessment was really just looking at what's missing, what can we put in place, what's already in place, when what needs to be tweaked and modified to be a little more efficient.
Okay, and what were some of those ideas for tweaks and modifications?
So for instance, we had a grants team. We needed a grants manager. A lot of the work and the financing that we and the resources that we push into our community is by way of grant. Wanted to look at our processes and policies that surround our grant implementation. How do we, one, educate the community on how to do business with the ONSE office? Specifically, like we recently had webinars, because we get asked the question all the time. I want to do work well, we're a government, right? And so at the same time, an entity would still have to be structured in a way to do business. But a lot of information or misinformation is often floating about. And so what we collectively decided, okay, let's be very transparent in our process. Let's have a webinar. I want to thank Office of Tax and Revenue for coming to the table. I want to thank DSLBD for coming to the table and sharing in, and I hope I'm not leaving out anyone, and sharing in our education process for the community so they know how to engage and what they need to have to be a part of the structure.
Okay. So one of the things that I worry about, not just with ONSE, but with a lot of different agencies, is sometimes when we try to do many things at once, we lose focus on our core mission. So what do you think the core mission and vision of ONSE is or should be?
Ultimately, it is to have a positive impact on the reduction of gun violence in our city. But what does that really mean, and what is our role in that? And I think there's an education process that we are really having to kind of go back to the basics that you're actually describing, to educate the community on what is ONSE, what are the responsibilities of ONSE. Sometimes we get confused with some of the other acronyms that begin with the letters O and have the letters of G in them as well. And so I think we just really, and there's a lot of overlap. And so we can really just educate our community on what it is that we do and how we enforce the programs in our community. I think that's a beginning start to kind of clear or add some clarity to the conversation, because sometimes I do believe that there is a misunderstanding sometimes as to what ONSE really is and how we are a part of the community and what role we play.
Okay. And I like that kind of very clear focus, positive impact on reducing gun violence. So what then do you think should be the interrelationship between ONSE and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention?
I look at them as a resource in the data. Sometimes they are our go-to in terms of our data tracking and information. We share and we collaborate a lot. And a lot of that was formulated through the joint or the dual leadership of Director Harley Harper, who kind of forged those relationships. And so the relationship has always been there. What we really look to them is to say, hey, what is the data telling you? And how can we better inform and collaborate to just kind of show visually sometimes where we are, what needs to happen, and what in terms of what are you doing? Is there somewhere for us to collaborate together?
Should it be a collaboration or should it be one office?
That's a great question. Because it's always has been separate, and I've always used them as a resource and tool, it would be a pivot for me to kind of see where the intersection would be as a one office.
Okay. Because both are very important, but as we
Absolutely.
go back to our central mission,
Absolutely.
driving down gun violence, that's also the mission of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
The men and women in OGVP, and again, there's so much overlap and collaboration, and I'm also thinking of our start as building blocks too, and I'm probably also kind of confusing because I was also a part of that great initiative as well. So looking at and working with it's a natural synergy between the two offices, but I really would have to just take a moment to just really understand what would that look like, to reimagine it.
Okay. Well, I think we should keep thinking about that together. And we'll get into OAG and the coordination there in a moment, but as we again go back to the most pressing need in this space to drive down gun violence, I think it's really important that we make sure that the agency has what you need to be most successful at not just coming up with the strategies, but implementing them. And if there are multiple agencies doing the same thing, then we could be losing a lot of that benefit of infrastructure that comes with each of those agencies. So ONSE has, actually, let me move on to something else. So violence intervention. This is a term that's thrown around a lot. Violence intervention, violence interruption, violence prevention. Is there a particular model or theory that drives ONSE VI program?
The original intent was based on having access to the communities that showed at that time that had the highest propensity for gun violence. And the intent was to have an individual or a group of individuals that were respected by the community had relationships in the community, lived in the community. And so I would say that was the model, the relationship, that to utilize the relationship within the community to gain and have resources and push resources through those respected parties.
Okay, but as I think about Cure the Streets model, for
Mm,
instance, their site selection are based in large part by number of homicides that happen in a certain site. So I appreciate the intention of the relationship model, but what are some of the metrics, if there are any, that go into your analysis of which locations those relationship-based work will happen?
So these were driven by MPD statistics of PSAs, those neighborhoods that had the highest propensity for gun violence at the time. Yes,
That's how the ONSE model works.
that's how the ONSE model works.
Okay, so that sounds very similar to the Cure the Streets model then.
Correct. I mean, there are some other distinguishing factors from CURE, as well as in terms of where their model stems from, but for ONSE, it was the PSA areas and that were identified by MPD originally. In those communities is where we have placed our violence intervention.
Okay. So in your pre-hearing responses, you stated ONSE and OAG do not develop joint trainings because, quote, ONSE and OAG use different violence interruption models. What is the difference?
I want to say their model is, and I don't want to speak too much on the CURE model because I'm not as familiar with their model, but if there's a model that I think is based out of Chicago, and it has been adopted by quite a few jurisdictions. And in terms of the granularity of the details, I really can't speak to. However, for the district, or the ONSE model, it is identified PSA areas. And then we have relationships with our violence interrupter organizations that have relationships in those communities.
Okay. Just from my familiarity with Cure the Streets model, one of the biggest metrics is locations of the highest amount of homicides and gun violence. So I just say that as another example of a lot of similarities seemingly between the two programs as we look at staying laser focused on our goal to reduce gun violence and making sure that the people doing this important work have the sufficient training and coordination and infrastructure in place to ensure that they are successful. And having that housed in one location, I think makes a lot of sense.
And I would also add to it in terms of from my understanding of the Cure the Streets model, they are focused on blocks, whereas we extend into the entire community.
Okay. Would that affect the training?
Can you give me a little more clarity on the question?
Well, part of the response that I was curious about was that training can't be done at the same time for Cure the Streets and for ONSE because the models are so different. So I'm trying to get a sense of if you are coming in to do training to do this work, would your coverage area of a block or a neighborhood be so different that it would affect the type of training that you need to get?
From my understanding of the Cure the Streets model, it has their specific training that's aligned to that model. And I'm not necessarily I don't have a really clear, and again, that's why I don't want to speak too in depth about it, but I understand that their training has been developed specifically to their model. And that's why there hasn't really been any joint collaboration unless, it's adopted. So it is a copywritten curriculum from what I understand that they undergo annually.
I'm sorry. Were you done with that?
Yes.
It's okay. You said and I didn't know if you had a additional thought. Okay. Well, I think that that's an area that we need to dive into as well together because the individuals who I have spoken to who've undergone training really seem to benefit from it and appreciate the investment in that process. But again, standardizing it so it's available to everyone doing this work, I think is going to be really important moving forward. For the public watching, can you walk us through how the violence intervention program is implemented, especially in regard to ONSE's role in selecting and monitoring contractors?
So that's always a gray area in versus contractors. So it is a grant-funded program. Grants and contracts in the government sense are very different. And so what we do, we have solicited a grant for, in this case, we have a vendor that has then sub-granted to several VI organizations to cover certain communities.
Okay, and how does the selection process work for those grants?
And so we look at the applications, just very much similar to, I guess, a contract process that would be overseen by the Office of Contracts and Procurement. A provider or an applicant at that time would actually submit a proposal. The proposal is reviewed, ranked, and based off of the areas that scored and determined if they are actually feasible to move forward. Now we have one grant recipient, and then that grant recipient then has the option to sub-grant to organizations for those coverage areas.
Okay, and are there any particular record keeping or data tracking requirements that you provide to the grantees?
Absolutely. And so in terms of, so if the application or the grant agreement says you must have 4 monthly engagements in your community, we have a compliance team that will go out to ensure that that actually occurs. There is we get the plans for the month. They also provide temperature, what we call a temperature check. If there is a community that they feel that may have an increase or they're noticing a uptick, that they will report out and provide that information as well. So these are different things. So every month there is a proposal of, okay, this is what we're going to do for the next 30, 60, 90 days.
Okay, and are there any strategy-based requirements that you provide to the grantees? Like if there are contractor leaders who are required to meet with anyone at ONSE or other agencies, or demonstrating not just that they're having these types of community meetings, but that they're seeing reductions in gun violence?
We have these, and I'm happy to announce that we modified these current grants. So the first year has been really a learning exercise for us, really kind of understanding what each grant agreement and sub agreement entails. How could it be buttressed in certain areas and made more robust in others? And so a part of that analysis that we were talking about earlier was looking at these grant agreements and understanding what are the accountability factors that they're held to, and then how is that being communicated back to the office. And so we created these monthly meetings, and we also have these weekly meetings that occur on Tuesday, where there's a discussion about incidents that have occurred in different neighborhoods, but it is more of a VI community meeting where we all sit together, and the VIs will discuss some of the things that they're seeing as incidents are occurring.
Fantastic. Can you provide the committee with a copy of an existing contract with the VI organization? That would be great. So I understand that ONSE has 2 main grantees, the Progressive Life Center and Dramatic Solutions, which serve as intermediaries through some of this work. Can you talk about how information is shared versus with those contractors versus the grantees that you were just talking about with the follow-up meetings?
So the information is often filtered through those 2 intermediaries.
Okay.
And we also work directly with the sub-grantees ourselves, because we all are at the table at once, because again, it's a community-based effort. And so sometimes we find that, it's better to have all parties present. So there's an understanding of what needs, or where needs some adjustments, where we need to make tweaks or changes. But to your question, all are at the table simultaneously.
Okay. And as you were talking about the model of looking at a larger neighborhood service area, is the focus on the geographic location or on the specific individuals that you're aiming to serve?
We're in specific communities.
Okay, so it's not people-based, it's geographic
It's
based.
people-based once you're in the communities. There are clients in relationships that are built with those that have been identified to may need some additional assistance or supports. And so it's identified that, but the driver is the community first, and then engaging the community to identify where the needs are.
Okay. And since there's been so much work, particularly from NICJR, who has developed this list of people of promise, since we know who the people are that are at highest risk and that need these services, have you revisited that strategy of focusing on a neighborhood versus focusing on individuals who we already know?
And that is with our People of Promise program. So I would look at that as kind of a subset of violence intervention, or I guess what I would say is the advertised VI program. You have this subset of People of Promise who are engaging persons who have been identified as needing resources and assistance, and identifying what their needs are and working through case management to provide support.
So why view People of Promise as a subset as opposed to using the People of Promise model to inform the VI work?
I think that was just the premise of how the program originally, or how ONSE was originally structured, to be honest. And as we moved into the pandemic, the subset was created to specifically address those who are in need of support.
Okay. I guess where we are now with gun violence in the district, of course, it is not only limited to the people who have been identified, but we have access to this information of the highest risk individuals who are most likely to pick up a firearm and use it. Shouldn't all of our, or most of our resources and attention when it comes to interrupting violence, preventing violence, be coordinated with that work and focused on it as opposed to distinctly handled?
I would honestly say that you'll find overlap, honestly. You'll find that those that have been identified are living within the communities that we actually are providing services for.
I imagine there's some overlap, but again, just in streamlining most effective ways to drive down gun violence, it seems as though other cities who have employed some similar tactics and strategies that we are in the district have stayed really focused on the people that they're aiming to serve, and been very intentional and deliberate across agencies, across touch points with family members, schools, religious leaders, and the VI workers to stay focused on those individuals. And so those are the efforts that give me some hope that we could make a meaningful difference in driving down this violence. But if it's viewed as separated or distinct from the work of the neighborhood specific VI work, I worry that we're not going to make the difference that we need to.
I would offer a couple of things for consideration too. I would say that, to your point in credit, yes, and I think ONSE and the Deputy Mayor's Office has realized that there has to be a consolidation and a collapse of both the efforts. But I also think that sometimes there's a missed point that also drives this conversation. And we're very much a volunteer to engage with ONSE. We don't have the authority sometimes. Our violence, they do a phenomenal job with engaging, but every once in a while you get someone who will simply say, I'm not interested. And there isn't, and there's still the constant and commitment to trying to pull that person into the fold. But I think sometimes there is a miss to understand that there is nothing really mandating the community to really engage with our office. And it really is to the true commitment and the talent and skill of the ONSE team and its grantees that really are for those that we were able to gather and pull into our resource, into our family. It's based off of their ability and talent to do so.
Mhm. Yeah, I totally hear that and respect that. And I think that it's important for the public to know that this is a category of people that not everybody is going to be able to be reached because it's voluntary. And that's why there's a whole other system on the enforcement side when somebody engages in violence and is harming our community or themselves, that needs to be robust as well. I'm just thinking, not that it's going to solve all the problems, but particularly from the lens of ONSE. Again, from the perspective of multiple agencies doing similar work and multiple streamlines of work within your agency, how we can be most strategic in this intervention.
And then what I would offer to that is, and that is what the re-envisioning of what ONSE, and also really getting back to the basics of really understanding what is ONSE, how does ONSE impact the community and in which ways, but also what are those relationships and what activities and actions does the agency take that need to be reinvented and reconsidered.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that I've heard about from some people who work in the VI space and from some community members who have observed some challenges is that VIs might only be working in half of a particular feud or beef. In other words, if two groups are in different neighborhoods engaged in a conflict, ones might only be operating in one of the neighborhoods that they've identified in de-escalating violence, but if we don't have ones in the corresponding neighborhood, then how are we going to prevent the retaliatory shootings that go on? And so how do you think about that dynamic and how do you track the biggest and most violent conflicts or feuds in the district, some of which have been going on, as you know, for generations?
What I would say is that our violence interrupters, it's a reality in terms of here we have one group, but they always end up going across the street, if you will. And because they have the heart for the work, not because that's what the grant agreement says, that's not because of what, but that's because they understand that that's the need in order to continue to de-escalate. Often, sometimes you'll find them working alongside with OAG or the Cure the Streets, if it's something that's tagging. We also have the floating team that tends to move around where there is need. If there isn't a violence interrupter assigned to a certain community, the floating team has been that resource to fill in the gate or fill in that gap for us when there isn't necessarily clear lines of separation or delineation.
Okay, thank you. So there's been a lot of public discussion, I shouldn't even say this year, because really since the beginning of naming violence interruption work, about efficacy and metrics to figure out if violence interruption is working. And I've had some really moving conversations with violence interruption specialists who have shared their experience in being part of that conversation and frankly, some of their frustration in it, being so focused sometimes on quantitative metrics when the work that they are doing is so relationship focused. It's also very hard to prove, but for an intervention, violence would have occurred. So with that preface and totally understanding that it is a complicated system that is dissimilar to tracking some other metrics, as we move forward in this agency, hopefully combining some of the work of some of the other agencies, I would like to see, and streamlining our efforts, what are some of the metrics you think would be not only most effective, but most realistic in tracking this work?
You know, we talk about this all the time. It's easy to point when there is an unfortunate tragedy or a homicide in the community, but it's hard to tell the stories of all the lives you saved. And you know, I've always shared with our violence interruption organizations that one, we do have to be better about telling our story. Everything isn't always quantifiable. Sometimes it is just simply just saying, hey, we're working in this community and we're doing great work. I think the problem is visibility. You know, it's hard to see. And I think that's something that we really have to kind of work on, so that not necessarily that you know the organization, you can say, hey, I know that this group is present in this community, not necessarily saying who they're working with, and and still keeping that sacred trust that comes with relationship building. But we have to kind of find a way where people know and understand that, hey, they're in this community, but still keeping the integrity of the work and the protection of the violence interruption as they're in the community, because they're doing really hard work. And the metrics of that, is it quantifiable? I think that's what you see is the number of engagements. We created X events in the community. But it is really hard to quantify lives saved versus when you have a great example, or you have an example of where someone has lost their life tragically.
Okay. What about transparency in regards to the contract selection? I'm just thinking about other metrics that could be shared with the public.
The grant, so as we're moving into, so in this coming cycle, we have a grant that would be a mini grant that would be released. And that goes back to the education piece. So that's part of that transparency conversation. There's so many organizations that constantly ask us, how do we do this? How can we work with ONSE? We want to work with ONSE. And a part of that is creating these education opportunities so that they're able to understand what the process entails, what as an agency or organization you must have in order to do business with the district government. And so that's a part of our beginning to show the transparency of the process. It's the education piece.
And I want to commend you all, speaking of the education and transparency piece, on the building blocks information that is shared on the website. And I think that's really important moving forward. So how does ONSE coordinate its VI work with other agencies who are also working in this space? I know we talked a little bit about the different models between CURE and ONSE, but can you talk about any kind of consistent meetings or trainings that ONSE engages in to coordinate the VI work? Do you have meetings with OAG, with MPD, with OGP?
We're in public safety justice. We are constantly meeting with our public safety and justice meetings, for instance, MPD, as well as constantly working with MPD to understand where their needs are. Sometimes they'll say, hey, we're referring this family to you because they've had this traumatic experience and we want your family survivor and support services. There's been a homicide. So there's constant coordination with FSS. I want to highlight some of the things that FSS is a small but mighty team, and they do just a yeoman's job. And when there is an incident, or if there is a victim of gun violence or the unfortunate tragedy, they work so closely with the community and the family to ensure that there's support as trauma-informed care. I want to thank Ms. Gentle, who did the testimony earlier and talked about we are referring constantly those services for families and for our gunshot victims for support when they're returning back to the community. It's often hard for them to return back to a community that they've experienced such a tragic or a traumatic experience. And so we rely heavily on our partners, our community-based organizations, to provide and support that work.
I want to talk about the Pathways program and how it fits with the overall strategy of ONSE. Is there an interaction between Pathways and the violence intervention program or the family and survivor support program?
There, in terms of referring resources, so our pathways participants or candidates, I'll say that at the start, if they're a candidate, are referred from several resources. Sometimes it is coming from a family that have experienced a traumatic, and we feel that they're a suitable party for participating as an ambassador in our program. FSS tends to provide support. We also get it from our federal partners, as well as some of our internal partners within Department of Employment Services. We get referrals from pretty much all over. So we're connected with several of our organizations internally and externally.
Thank you. And in thinking about the 9-week program, how did you all come up with that number, and is it adequate?
You know, I will always say it needs to be longer. Best practices always says it, you know. As a former educator, I don't like to put term limits on anything, but what I will say, the power of the 9, that now is actually 10 weeks, including our orientating week or orientation week, is that you see the shift and the pivot within our participants. Could it be longer? Of course, it always could be longer. We have taken a different direction, and we're really working more on the workforce development piece, getting those tangible skills to have something tangible. So when you leave our program, that you still have something. We have a great working relationship with Department of Employment Services that has job coaches that also works with placing our participants in subsidized work experiences. And we call them WEX placements. So the programming, the education, the training pieces, that 9-10 week, but then it extends beyond that with the WEX and the work experience placement.
Okay. You provided really helpful data on the results of the Pathways program. And one concern that we had in reviewing this data was the drop off in participation throughout the phases of the program. Generally, of the 80 individuals in FY23 who participated in Pathways, 62 completed the class, phase 1. 40 of them were placed in subsidized employment, phase 2. And then only 19 participants secured unsubsidized employment during phase 3. What do you see as the cause for that decline? And what can be done to increase the number of participants in subsidized employment who secure unsubsidized employment afterwards? And if, as you're talking about that, you can also share any partnerships that have developed with other employers in this work that you think could be scaled and expanded.
I'll start off the conversation, and then I will take it to our Deputy Director, Julia Irving. But what I will say is this, you know, when you see a decline, everyone sometimes isn't prepared for the program, and they need an opportunity to kind of reset. And they always ask if, you know, like, I'm not ready or prepared for this, but right now I want to take a step back. Sometimes it's personal. Sometimes people find jobs before they even embark upon a program participation. And with that, it's what will increase. It would help for us to have more opportunities and make our workforce, or not the workforce in the district, but our community partnerships double in size. We have so many great workers, and we have to also just kind of make them comfortable with hiring our participants. It's not an easy thing, but we have so many more coming on board. And I know that our Deputy Director, Julia Irving, has been working hard in the community to establish more of these relationships. So as we are preparing and working with the community, a lot of them are seeing the great things that are the progress of our participants, and are willing to take a chance and work with us. Julia, you want to speak to that a little bit?
Thank you, Director. And as we reimagine ONSE and we really look at the best practices in workforce development, we do want to give gratitude to the Department of Public Works and just their willingness to take a risk, to truly be a second chance partner, and allowing our ambassadors opportunities to gain employment there. And through that partnership, we were able to identify areas in which we could really strengthen. And so one thing in the reimagine of ONSE and our new iteration of Pathways, we're we're really focusing on getting certifications for our participants, or our ambassadors, as we refer to them, to better position them to enter into the workforce. We've also partnered with the DC Infrastructure Academy, specifically the PEPCO cohort, to really provide that pathway to the middle class through that coordinated effort. But also DCIA has been very generous in offering us seats in their other cohorts that they offer. We are currently in the process of developing a relationship with United Planning Organizations Workforce Development as well. And again, we're looking for dedicated seats because as we begin to assess the gentlemen that come through our program, we're learning of the myriad of skill sets and interests that they have, and we're working to really align them with them. We want to give credit to Prince George's County Employ. We were able to look at that model and see how they were able to bring in employers from various sectors, but not just the employers, to also be able to bring in the the workforce development partners. And so that allowed us to have an informed conversation with the Workforce Investment Council so that we could have those two entities there to again provide increased opportunities for our ambassadors to gain employment, not only in manual labor sectors, but in the IT sectors and all sectors within the District of Columbia.
And specifically, if I could also add to that, is the fact that we are working with a lot of our organizations to build their skills. So like, for instance, CDL, we're offering 2 tracks for the participants. So if you're interested, we have a lot of our workforce development members to kind of come to present to the guys and just say, hey, this is what's available. And at the end, you select what track you would like to pursue, whether it's IT or if it's CDL. And what we hope to do, and the part about analysis, in which the deputy director is really speaking about, is the fact that in our analysis of realigning and redesigning ones, we saw that as a need, that we needed to build more relationships in the community and bring more resources and job opportunities. And so her team has been working really hard to establish those relationships with our business community.
Well, thank you so much for all of that excellent work. And I want to make sure that we're doing a lot of connection work moving forward with workforce opportunities. And the business community in DC, I think, has been more vocal in the last several months about their concerns with public safety. And so I think it's a really important PSA to continue to say to the folks in the business community and employers that there are a lot of job seekers who are going through this excellent training. And it is a specific way that our business community can be a part of the solution in helping with unsubsidized hiring.
Thank you.
I'm curious about the criminal justice system interactions data that you provided in the pre-hearing questions. Have you been able to analyze whether there was a correlation between those who were rearrested and those who had secured employment, and if there was any tie-in between unsubsidized versus subsidized employment, or if it was just about employment at all?
We have not been able to explore that data just in full clarity. We're like in preliminary stages. That's one of the data points that we are trying to explore and make sure that we understand what we're tracking and how our data that we're tracking internally can support what the data that we also receive.
Okay, great. I would be really interested to see the crossover there. How do you define success for the Pathways program?
How do I define success? Every day that team gives their all into the participants and building relationships. And what I find to be most successful is even when the 9 weeks and the WETS placements come to the end, the relationships don't end. So that relationship continues on. It's almost an infinite. For example, we just recently had a loss for our ambassador with Mr. Gliss. And Mr. Gliss had probably been out of the program anywhere for like a year or two, or close to maybe a year or two. But our relationship and our connection to him remains. And that's the true success, when they're still engaging with ones and then we haven't lost connection.
Well, I think that may be an area, as we try to get this balance right of metrics, oversight, sustainable success versus over quantifying things that are relationship based. This seems to me to be one that we could be able to provide some metrics, whether that was reemployment, housing, other touch points with the criminal justice system, to demonstrate to the public, but also to your own internal team about what is working and what needs to be improved upon and expanded, so that when there is a productive relationship with the participant years after the program, that's excellent. But what does productivity look like? What are those touch points? How was that able to be successful? Was that person always willing to engage, or was there many more touch points to break down those barriers? And so I think that's an area that hopefully we can work to provide some of those metrics.
And you know, and another thing that we also see a lot of, and it's again, it's not the quantifiable touch points, right? So for instance, one person that's coming to mind, and I hope he does not mind me sharing his name, but we have a young man by the name of Reginald Gray, who was in one of our earlier cohorts, and he is now working and to support our IT program. And we have so many stories of ambassadors that have come through the doors of ONSE and through our Pathways programs that are providing support and bringing those from their communities into and recommending and referring them into our program because they're saying, hey, look at me. This has been a success for me. And those are those proud moments. And again, it's those moments where you can't quantify, but the feeling is there. It's a positive opportunity, and you see the light bulb go off. And then you also see now they're making positive contributions to our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn now to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, and a member of the committee. Councilmember Henderson, we are close to wrapping up, so I can go ahead and give you a 15-minute round if you think you'll be able to get all your questions in that way. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and good afternoon. Apologies for being late. I was chairing my own hearing downstairs and found that you guys were still going. So I want to ask a few questions. I first want to start with the ONSE Leadership Academy, which I think is a really great program that you all are doing. My understanding is that you have 5 vacancies in your middle school programming. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate. I'll let the COO, Chief of Staff, respond.
Okay.
Yes.
You need to turn your mic on.
Good afternoon. We do have currently 5 vacancies, but we are in the process of onboarding staff for those positions. So those vacancies should be filled very soon.
Okay. And what about in cross high schools?
And across high schools, I think all of the positions have been filled in the high schools. We just had one person resign or is transferring to another agency. So we will have to backfill that position.
Okay, but it's good to hear that you're onboarding for the vacancies on the middle school side, because we certainly know our middle school folks need that. On the question of violence interrupters, I've been asking this question. I asked this, I think, at the last hearing that we were together. One of my concerns is around, in certain parts of the city, we have an increasing Spanish-speaking population, but we don't have violence interrupters who are speaking Spanish, which makes it very difficult to be able to do the work of disrupting or interrupting violence before it occurs. Have we made any progress in terms of our employees or grantees and for bilingual as it pertains to the violence interrupter contracts?
Now, within our grant, the internal violence interruption team, we do have one that.
I'm talking about the folks who are out on the street.
In terms of that, they are working hard it is a hard to fill position, if you will, but I know that they have been really working to have the diversity, especially with those that are assigned to communities where there's a high Spanish-speaking population.
Okay. The FY23 KPIs for the violence intervention program shows that 0% of the restorative justice staff have a nationally recognized practitioner certification. Can you provide an example of what type of certification would satisfy this KPI? Or do you feel like this KPI is out of date?
I think we have shifted the model a little bit from the KPI perspective. I'm going to actually ask our Deputy Director to speak to that, Tatanisha.
Yes.
If you bring the mic down, I can't hear you guys, so you just gonna have to lean in.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, we do need to give some careful consideration to what our restorative justice practices are and making sure that we get the appropriate certification. We're currently looking into what's available and what we need to do in order to come into compliance in that area.
Okay. But this is a KPI that you've already had. And I know from time to time, for whatever reason, agencies have a different perspective in terms of how you set KPIs or not. What I'm concerned about is overall, and I'm sure y'all hear that what's out on the street, right? Your office is always under continuous attack in terms of it not being relevant, not moving the needle, not being effective. And so I need for you all to get very serious about the outcomes that you are demonstrating, because I know that you have effective outcomes, but how we're translating that in terms of the data or communicating the narrative is part of the issue. And so if you have KPIs that are no longer suiting, whether it be your model or your approach to the work, y'all got to make a modification, because if we're into FY24, does this KPI still exist for you for FY24?
It does. And we understand that it's tied to, of course, ARPA funding. And so we are reviewing our options.
Okay. On that front, in terms of the ARPA funding piece, I had an opportunity on Monday. I met with some people around Safe Passage. It included some folks who do violence interruption work. It also includes some folks who are within schools, who spoke about some of the good relationships that they have been able to build out, and coordination and partnerships, right? Johnson Middle School in terms of the work that they're doing, KIP DC and the work that they're doing with Cure the Streets and some of the violence interruption contracts that they have. And one of the things that they talk about, one of the things that came up that was a concern for me is that a lot of this money that they've had infused into this is all federal funding. And so the schools are concerned about what happens now. Are we going to be able to continue our contracts with these VIs and so on and so forth? Have you all been having conversations with not only the organizations, but internally around how do we ensure that this work is able to continue?
What I would say is that true, and we've definitely been having these conversations, but the biggest advocates have been our school principals to say, and really kind of come to forums and public settings where they have been really voicing how the success of the model of having like a ONSE leadership academy in the school or a violence interrupter and within the community has really been a benefit to the fabric and the culture of the school. So we're definitely having those cultures. We're having conversations and we're telling it through the data that we have tracked up to this point to say, hey, this is a successful program and we do think that this is something that should be maintained.
Okay, what work have you all done recently around the salaries for VIs?
VIs is a sub-granted program or a granted program. So generally the organizations set their own salary scales. So they have an allocation of funding and it is up to the organization to decide the rates and the policies in which and how they will support their employees.
Okay, do we have standards outside of just minimum wage? I mean, do you all set expectations in terms of we expect individuals in this program to be making the following? It's one of the things that, if I'm a violence interrupter and I'm only making minimum wage, then I got to have 2 other jobs just to survive. Therefore, I'm not able to I can't 100% focus in on the work that I'm currently doing because it's technically part-time.
I mean, that is a very much a real reality in terms of it is up to the coordination of the grantee and how they govern their sub-grantees and their contracts.
Right. Is the People of Promise program still going on?
It is.
Okay. So it's interesting. So yesterday, was it yesterday, MPD? Okay. So yesterday, we had the oversight hearing for Chief Smith. And I think either Chair Pinto or Councilmember Parker asked her about the People of Promise program. And she said she hadn't heard of it, which I think is strange, considering even though it is something that's within the ONSE office, I feel like the People of Promise list or in the work that you all are doing, I feel like MPD should be aware of its work.
I do believe the MPD is aware of the work that we're doing. We have these collaborative sessions weekly, and then we provide, and they are part of those informative meetings where they know that where we are in terms of our engagement with persons of promise.
Okay, how many people are we currently having it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How many people are currently working in the People of Promise program? Like, or I guess not working. How many participants do you currently have?
Oh, participants.
Sorry.
Deputy Director Wallace, 75.
Okay. So in your pre-hearing responses, you all state that there's 250 people eligible.
Mhm.
So what's the disconnect between 75 being in it and having 258 eligible?
So we get referrals from all across the city in terms, and we really try not to turn anyone away, especially if we know it's a person who is in need and fits the definition of been engaged in or participating in or at risk at some level. The 75 are the actual number that have been truly identified people of promise, where the other remaining are those that were for referring source.
Okay, so
resources.
258 is the number of referrals you've received?
I believe that is correct. That is correct.
Okay, and 75 is the number of people who are currently in the active?
Active, correct.
Okay. So when the program initially launched, it was envisioned that we would be putting 200 people together with a city official who would offer ongoing support and hold them accountable for meeting their goals. Clearly, we're not reading the 200 mark, but is that other type of work in terms of the pairing of mentorship happening?
That is not at that level, at the executive level, but we have case managers assigned, and they work very closely on a one-on-one commitment to the people of promise.
Okay. Have there been, when you all have done outreach to folks, what's the main reason why they would choose not to participate in the program?
You know, sometimes when you have this connotation of a list, right? You're on a list sometimes have a bad rap. It's like, well, why am I on the list? How did I get on the list?
Well, you've been doing some things.
And that may be true, but at the same time too, though, there's the option to say, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm so sorry. I'm not interested. And so we continue to work and invest our time in trying to bring them into the fold, but sometimes it takes months, and sometimes it's not a immediate response, but it doesn't stop us from trying.
Is there a time limit on eligibility?
I'm sorry.
Is there a time limit on eligibility?
In what way?
So for example, we expect to graduate someone out of the People of Promise program within 18 months.
No, there isn't a time limit.
Okay, so someone can continue until?
We try to get to until we identify, after doing a questionnaire, as some sort of an assessment to see what your needs are, and how we meet those milestones of those needs will determine our engagement or the level of engagement.
Okay, in the pre-hearing responses, it says that no one is connected right now with a life coach. You mentioned that they have case managers. Life coach was the original vision for this. Do we intend to bring that component back?
Our team has not explored, so I know that there has been a pivot since we've been on the ground and established in as of February 2023. And so as we received the program, these were the modifications we made to it to make sure that we were living up to as much of the original intent as possible.
Okay. One of the things that we often talk about, as I mentioned before, is outcomes data and assessments. Are there any external evaluations happening right now of the ONSE office programming?
We're participating in a VI assessment. It's a study that's showing, and it's not just us, but it's also some of the other organizations, VI organizations, just to kind of show our impact. And see where the needs are, where we're missing the mark totally, and where we're doing well.
Who's doing that?
That is with Johns Hopkins University under Dr. Webster.
Okay, do you know when that evaluation will be completed?
I believe we're in year 1 and of a 3 to 4 year study.
Okay. In terms of data, just in general though, for the violence interrupters who are doing work with schools in connection, do you all receive the weekly reports from them in terms of actions, contacts, what they're seeing? Or does that only go to the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice?
I believe that goes to the deputy mayor, but she also shares that information with us. She shares, and we're often at the table to discuss like what the impacts are. We also receive a report from our violence interruption team that will outline some of the activities and or events or engagements that they're going to take place in for that month. We also have a team of people that go out to ensure those actions and activities are actually taking place.
All right. Wait, how many staff do you all have?
As of today, probably 67.
67. Okay, because you are like, we got a team here, we have a team here, and I'm like, all right, well, how many people do you actually have on staff? Okay. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so we talked a little bit about external evaluation, but how do you all evaluate the success of your particular sub-grantees or grantees' performance?
So in our original, as we got on the ground in February 2023, we started examining, looking at the grant agreements and the sub-grant agreements to see what those requirements are. And those grants are still in place today. And we know that as we're moving and preparing for FY25, that we're going to make some modifications and changes as to what those experiences are. But the communication was a huge piece in terms of proposals and plans per quarter. They submit to make sure, and we look to see what is allowable, what is not, what needs to be adjustment. So we have those back and forth communication with each of our sub-grant providers.
I understand that, and I appreciate. I think one of the things that I have had issues with other agencies is that we never document when we got issues. And so when it comes time for a contract renewal or for something to that effect, and we say, you know what, actually, we don't want to move on with this person. And they'll say, well, you never documented that anything was wrong, that we never were meeting expectations, that we were never doing anything. And so it seems as though you all defer to OCP system as opposed to, which might not align to the work that is actually happening on the ground in terms of like what you all define as success and then meeting the metrics.
What I would say is that I think there's a lot of gray area in misinformation. And so for instance, like our grants is separate and apart from the procurement process or a contractual process. And so I think that what I would say is that we've had a pivot in this first year of learning, being on the ground to kind of assess where the agency is, what needs to be robust, made more robust. But I do think that we're doing a better job of documenting where organizations may be falling short. I think that's a part of our documentation in terms and the communication we're having directly with the organization. So I would say that there's an improvement on that. And we also have a VI dashboard. And thank you for reminding me that we have a dashboard that's tracking several things just to ensure that we're in the community and we're doing what we exactly said we were doing.
Okay, I'm over my time. Councilmember Pinto.
But may I also just correct the record, Councilmember Henderson? I wanted to say that we're 72 currently active people of promise, not 75. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. So Director, I want to ask you about family and survivor support work that you all are engaged in. How does the Family and Survivor Support Program work in conjunction with the Office of Victim Services and Justice grants? And what do you think of as the difference in the work or the overlap of that work?
There is a lot of overlap. I think also there's a level of comfort. We have the direct case management with the families, and we also are the connector, if you will, for the family to some of the resources. So within our relationships, we would also connect them to victim support. I believe that we take on as a case management role, and we really begin to really build those intimate relationships where the family, where they do really kind of come to us and kind of help as we're walking them through different processes and providing support at the same time.
Okay. Because there's been some conversation lately and something that we actually contemplated in Secure DC for victim services more directly for wraparound supports for victims. And it ended up not being ripe to move with the Office of Victim Services Justice grants, but I wonder if there's a way to more proactively communicate with the public about their opportunities for victim supports through ONSE, given all of the touch points that your team has with the community?
I think that's another example that I think you and our team share, in the sense that there is several overlap. We work very closely with both parties. You also named OVSJG in terms of providing support and getting resources. And so I think that's just something that we would just need to re-examine to see where the overlaps exist, and then just understand and how we are a part of that synergy in terms of connecting our clients to each of those services.
How is the restorative justice program working?
So restorative justice has evolved over the course of the last 3 years of its existence. So right now, we have restorative justice as a part of our community interaction, as well as the ONSE Leadership Academy is a restorative justice program. I believe that in a part of our approach, we know that we are trying to kind of figure out where and how to streamline and make sure that it's more impactful and efficient, and how we can kind of get it more into. So this year we are rolling out a mini grant that's focused on the restorative justice area. So a part of our transparency was educating the community on how to do business and preparing them for the rollout of these grants that are coming out in the spring.
But how does it work in practice? Are these participants who have gone through the traditional criminal justice system?
Can you rephrase your question?
Like the restorative justice work that goes on, for example, out of OAG, are victims and perpetrator of this specific crime who come together to kind of mediate and deal with the restorative justice. Is that a similar model with ONSE, or who are the actual participants?
So generally our participants come through FSS, the Family Survivor and Support Services. We work with our community-based organizations to really facilitate healing circles and bringing together the community when there's been a traumatic or a response to the trauma that's occurred in our communities.
Okay. Do you think it's working as intended? What are your plans for it moving forward?
I mean, we're examining everything. You know, I think this is the time where we are really looking at, again, it's been a year of growing and just really understanding the current as is structure of a lot of things. And now we're coming together to say, with the support of our deputy mayor, to saying, what should it really look like? Where should we be in the end? And so we're working towards deciding what that will look like, and then putting together a plan to get there.
Okay. So in terms of the ONSE Leadership Academy, how do you determine which schools should be part of that program? And what are some of the metrics that you all consider in evaluating success?
So it started off with our high school model. And within communities where there has been an expressed need and desire for support for the students within a community. And then it wasn't until this year recently, or this past year in 23, where we expanded with a pilot for those feeder schools to go into those high schools. So you're talking about the middle schools to go into it. OLA is a really prescriptive model in the sense that the school also, even though we have a firm program, but it also kind of shapes how we're integrated into the school fabric, if you will. I think the premise of the program is consistent across all of the, in terms of supporting at-risk students, being that conduit or that liaison and connector for the parent of that student to the school, and providing support in that way. So we look at a lot of it. We look at how we're supporting, and we incentivize student progress. So we work closely with the counselors. We work closely with the school leadership to determine if the student is moving in the right direction. We have access and work very closely with their data to show if their attendance is improving. We know that one thing that I've constantly seen and heard is that students enjoy, those that are members of the OLA family enjoy coming and want to be able to participate. And so that drives a lot of the positive impact that you see in the schools. And kudos to that team, because they do a yeoman's job, because again, they are serving as that, the connector for the student, being that I always say to each student should be able to say, who's my people, right? It has a person that's being there to advocate on their behalf. Also, the responsibility is to also serve as that connector to the parent and bringing that family into the school fold and helping the school with that possibility or that connection as well. So OLA is really is a prescriptive model, but the tenets are the same and it's applied in every school.
Okay. And then in more of a after action review of those programs. And I'm getting a sense it's kind of similar because it seems relationship based and the feeling of security and care and love and compassion for our kids is very hard to quantify.
Yes.
But how do you think about which programs are being most successful? I imagine there are some metrics that you're looking at.
So we look at attendance, we look at graduation rates at our high school, we look at promotion rates from the middle school to the high school.
Sure.
We also, I think it's important to say that most of our OLA staff follow the students in terms of while they're within the middle school, and then they're handed off to another OLA participant sometimes, or OLA representative or specialist when they are at the high school. It's an argument that we debate all the time in terms of, because when you deal with the heart people, and I refer to our team as the heart people, you know, if you're saving one life, you're saving many lives, and it's just as important and valuable. So we are taking that shift, if you will, to say, okay, we have to be more scientific and showing our progress in a language where others understand this is being instead of just always having the heart story. So we're working on that. I think, again, I would say this has been a year of learning of the current state of many of our programs. We understand that some of these things did not exist, but I think also to the credit of all of the past leaders, I think the pandemic kind of has pushed us into a different area. And I think each leader responded to what was the prevalent issue at the time. And now that we're post-pandemic, we're now seeing that we're needing a more scientific approach to how we address gun violence.
Thank you for that. And speaking of schools,
Yes.
how, if at all, is there a relationship or partnership with our Safe Passage program?
It's housed under the same public safety and justice cluster. I think the deputy mayor also, to the same point that you raised in it, sometimes when an agency is doing too much, has taken the responsibility. But there is I think our connection with the school as well as the Safe Passage program is that, you know, it had to be under another leadership for us to be able to focus well on some of the programs that we work. But there is a synergy there. There's some that overlap in some of the providers that actually provide Safe Passage as well as violence intervention. But at this time, it's not necessarily any more than that.
Don't mean to put you in a hard position because I know this isn't under the jurisdiction of ONSE, but couldn't it make sense to all be housed under one agency?
You know, I think an argument can be made for everything, but I think it's just a matter of getting everyone to the table and examining and really having that hard conversation. Again, we're realigning and redesigning and reimagining what this could look like. And also, absolutely, there's a possibility, yes, it should be housed all under one house. I think that is the conversation. I think that's where we are in that conversation, is what does this really look like in the end?
I guess, and again, with sensitivity to the fact that we lost the director.
Yes.
That was exactly what was said last year. And so we can't be in this position in a year from now where we're saying we've got to re-examine and reimagine because it's time to do following that reimagining and revisioning. And, you know, with Safe Passage in particular, and they're not here to speak to it, but, you know, one of the things that we hear about from members of the community a lot are concerns with who covers what area. So if you all have a school with ONSE Leadership Academy, great. But then a school across the street might have a Safe Passage worker, and a neighborhood 3 blocks over might have a Cure the Streets VI. And the level of communication between those three are not always talking, and they're reporting to different people. But from the community's perspective, it's like they're not thinking about our agency structure in the city. They're thinking, hey, a young person is in distress, or I was a victim of a crime and there needs to be follow-up. And that's my other worry about these geographic areas of someone saying, well, that's not my turf, or that's someone else's responsibility, or I'm not going to leave this specific block. And that's not meant to be a criticism to the very hard work that's going on at all of those agencies. But again, in our driving mission to drive down gun violence, having things housed in one agency, I'll just leave it there, but just to be clear with kind of where I'm thinking and where the committee is thinking makes some sense, seems to be one agency.
Understood.
Thank you very much. So speaking of coordination,
Okay.
how is ONSE coordinating with our hospital-based VIs to know when, for instance, an individual from a priority community has shown up somewhere with a gunshot wound, and then making sure that that touch point following or during medical care is responded to prevent retaliation?
So at our CVI, community VI meetings, this is where a lot of that coordination takes place. So weekly on Tuesdays, we come together as a VI community. Our hospital VIPs or VIs are present, and they share in the information, sharing, collection, and understanding like the overlap and where and the handoffs are. And so they report out just as a part of that community.
Okay. And so what are some of the trends that you're seeing in that work?
In terms of trends, I'm gonna let Tatanisha speak to some of that. What I will say is that I think what we have seen, the biggest trend is that we're actually meeting. I believe that prior to our arrival, it was still very much segmented. And I think, you've kind of spoken on it a lot in terms of the overall coordination and the consolidation and the collapse, right? And so I know that under the leadership of Linda Hartley Harper at the time, like we had a retreat some years back where whether the VI space, if you worked in that VI space, you were invited to come and be a part of this one treat to bring this community together. And so that relationship has carried on into the indoctrination of them being a part of our community discussions. Also that I know that they have a very close relationship with FSS in terms of saying, hey, this person experienced this trauma, however, they're going to be returning home. And we know that we want you to continue those services and providing resources for the family and or the victim. So in terms of that, the relationship has developed more from our original arrival.
Thank you. So in last year's budget, and just a couple more questions for me. In the last year's budget, ONSE included over $1 million enhancement to the housing assistance program. And our understanding at the time was that this was meant to be used to quickly connect high-risk individuals like Pathways program participants to housing, recognizing that without stable housing, we can't expect individuals to succeed in that program. But it wasn't clear last year exactly what ONSE's plans for this funding was. And I believe at some point there was some talk of reallocating the funds to OVSJG to support emergency housing for victims of gun violence. I don't think I heard the housing assistance program in your testimony. Is ONSE currently providing housing assistance to Pathway participants or other individuals who are engaged with ONSE?
It's more in a broader sense. So yes, we are providing emergency-based housing to clients of ONSE, and it's by way of our partnership with OVSJG that I was mentioning in a previous response. OVSJG has worked to secure our provider that works very closely as we've received emergency requests for housing, and we work with a provider to support those requests and to ensure that there is a connection in case management that is taken with that, or that is made with that.
So how do you determine who gets the assistance? Because
Usually it's by referral from, I'm sorry.
no, I was just saying because that $1 million enhancement, imagine, goes quickly and there's a lot of need in the city. But given it was initially framed as to make sure that Pathways participants get access to this housing, like how do you consider who to prioritize?
So the referrals that we receive are generally generated through our MPD referrals. There's an incident that has required, there's high risk, and a family needs to be moved immediately in response, or based off of the risk assessment, it's determined that the family needs emergency placement. And through those referral sources is how we place families.
Okay. Do you all have contacts with other agencies like DBH and DC Health to be able to quickly connect people to services?
We work very closely with DBH. We work very closely with DOES. We work very closely with DPR. We work very closely with MPD. We also work very closely with, I feel like I'm missing somebody. DPW, yes, let me say that, DPW. We have forged relationships with many organizations or within the government to provide support. We would not be able to do this work without their support.
One of the other concerns that we've heard from the public, both at hearings and in other meetings with the committee, is about the need to make sure that when a high-risk individual has their first kind of outreach, that we're very thorough and thoughtful and expeditious about getting back to them, especially if there's already distrust in working or partnering with the government and making sure that we don't let them down. The city administrator announced a rollout of a new 211 warm line. What is one's connection or partnership with that effort?
So we recently worked with the director of CFSA to kind of provide information, if you will, of the programming and the resources that we provide and how to connect directly with those that lead those efforts as calls are received in their call center. So we're a part of the discussion. We're part of the connection, if you will, of the resources, and there is a list of contacts for to be made when they receive information as it comes about.
Okay. And do you have people on your team who are specifically focused on follow-up? Like if a member of the public reaches out to you all to make sure that they get where they need to go and get connected to the right agencies?
So each program has a program manager and a program analyst that supports the response and making sure that there's coverage, making sure that our response is made within an identified time. Yes.
Okay. I want to ask lastly about the revisions to the FY23 and FY24 budgets that we've seen for ONSE. In the revised budget put out at the end of September of last year, we saw a decrease in ONSE budget from about $20 million to about $16.5 million. And then in the ACFR that recently came out, we saw that number drop again to $14.5 million. Can you tell us where those cuts came from, and were there any actual cuts to existing programs or FTEs, or did these cuts come from where we didn't have existing contracts or were long-standing vacancies?
I'm going to ask Joshua Williams to respond specifically in detail.
Yes, the cuts, the year-over-year cuts, there it goes. The year-over-year cuts to the agency was an array of personnel services and NPS cuts. So we wanted to look at streamlining, meeting those cuts, but also looking at streamlining the services and making sure that those services were still being provided in the community. And so there were some positions that had some delay in hiring or that were hard to fill. So we went ahead and proposed those cuts. And then across the board in terms of the non-personal services is looking at when you're looking at equipment for the agency may not need to be replenished every single year. And so we started looking at those avenues in terms of making an overall cut across the agency so it can balance out some of the cuts that we needed to take.
Okay. So services won't be scaled back as a result?
No, services have not been scaled back.
Okay. That's pretty big chunk of the budget though, right? From 20 million to 14.5 just on NPS.
I think one of the drivers of that is that, so our arrival was in February of 2023. There was a slowdown of spending. Our director at the time wanted to make a true delineation between actions and decisions that were made prior to her arrival, and to understand what was the true state that she was inheriting the agency. So that also kind of slowed down procurement processes and spending, and because we wanted to get a handle of all of those things that were taking place before we continued on, because we really just wanted a really true understanding of our current state in terms of from a fiscal. And we were in a, that was February, we were also at the start of our budget hearing cycle. And so we had to quickly learn the budget that we inherited for that time as well.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And that's a really important point that you raised. And I want to be very clear that I support ONSE. I support the work that you do. It is extremely important and an important part of our public safety goals. And as we make sure that the agency is successful, we have to slow down and look at what is being done and how we are building the infrastructure for sustainable success. And so additional kind of expansions without that support are not going to be strategic. So I appreciate you clarifying that. That concludes my questions for you, Director. I want to give you a chance if you have any final thoughts you'd like to share, something we didn't get to talk about, to add to the record.
No, I just, it's such a critical time in the district. ONSE recognizes it, we feel it, we live in these communities as well. And so I just simply just want to say that ONSE is committed to being a part of this conversation and being a part of the solution along with our community. So thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation today.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I want to thank you again and your entire team for being here today, and for everybody who is a part of the critical work that ONSE does. We appreciate you greatly. We know, or we can't know exactly, but we can only imagine how difficult this work is. And we are very, very grateful to all of you. With that, the time is now 3:30 p.m. on February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day again to everyone.